Hello, everyone. I hope you are doing well. Well, Isabella says that they were not expecting another KNT puzzle after the Ubon one. Well, the supporters have voted, and they have voted to start with this puzzle. So this puzzle was voted for by David, Plonktime, Russ, Casey, David, Josh Johnson, and Luda. So thank you all for your support. So yeah, so this I have not read the rules yet, but I have seen Jim saying that they're not sure if they're up for these rules today, so that bodes well. Okay, so let's dive in and try and figure this out. Let's see. Do I have any announcements first? I think the only announcement is that I continue to post the Sudoku topology videos, one per day. So if you want a daily little slice of Zeta, uh, then that is your opportunity for a daily slice of Zeta. Because we've been posting those videos almost every day, and they vary in length from 7 minutes to 70 minutes, based on the puzzle. But I am enjoying those, and there's still quite a few puzzles to go. There are some very good ones in there. I would hazard a guess that I could put the puzzles in order roughly of when they were set, based on I think the person who made the game really became a much better setter over the course of the game, or over the course of making the game, because there are some really slick ones in there. All right, so what do we have to do here? We have to make a 9 by 9 Latin square, right? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, yeah. So I have to put the digits 1 through 9 once each in every row and column, hopefully only one per cell. We'll see about that, but I'm going to assume for now that we're making a 9 by 9 Latin square. We need to draw a loop that travels orthogonally between the centers of some cells in the grid. The loop may cross itself, but wherever it crosses, both ends must travel straight. Crosses never two right angles touching. So yeah, this is a pretty common loop rule. Is that I mean, not the most common, but that you have to always interpret when you have a cross like this that it's crossing transversely like this, is what it is saying. So it's a single loop, but we could do like a figure 8 kind of deal, where we did something like that would be an acceptable loop. So that is the thing. Yeah, I wondered if it might be the case that the big Ubon puzzle would actually be the easiest, Isabella. I definitely intend to do it at some point, probably some point soon. We shall see. But I want to do the big one before I forget everything I learned from doing the warm-up puzzles. Which is always a danger. Okay, so next, clues to the left indicate the sum of numbers on horizontal segments of the loop in that row in the correct order. Clues above indicate the sum of the numbers on the vertical segments in the correct order. A question mark may replace any number from 0 to 9, but no clue may have a leading 0. Okay, so pretty typical question mark rules. Basically, no cheating. That, oh, this is actually a 0, so it doesn't count kind of thing. A number on a cross either counts as double its value or as 0 for all sums that number contributes to. That is, a number must not simultaneously contribute double its value while contributing 0 in the row clue, or vice versa. So for each clue, we have to decide what thing it is. Okay, so we've got in row 1, we've got a minimum sum here of 38, which means there's at most 3 cells missed. I guess 28 is at least 4 long. So for example, if this cell was out, we would be boned. So this cell is definitely loop, for whatever that is worth. Because if this was out, I couldn't start the 28 over here, and then I couldn't finish the thing. What about that cell? If this cell were out, then I could go 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's okay. What about if that cell is out? Then I would have to do 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's okay. So yeah, this might be the only cell I'm guaranteed is in, but I'm sure this cell is in. And is definitely part of the 28 for whatever that is worth. Okay. Now Emma was interested in row 2. Oh no, sorry. There's no, what I said was correct in row 1 because there can't be any crossings in row 1. Emma points out, though, that if I sum 17 plus 18 plus 19, I get 54, which is more than 45. And so that means that there is a crossing, at least one, in row 2 that is double counted. So we've got that. Yeah, I guess this column only sums to at least 29, which is not maybe quite as useful. Let's see. And I can't have a single cell loop segment. So any double thing is at least 3 cells long, because I can't even have a crossing in a 2-cell clue. So whichever of these is doubled, it's at least a 3-cell clue. That one's at least a 3-cell clue. Yeah, as Jay Dyer points out, this one also, both of these have to be 3-cell clues. Because in order to have a crossing at all, you have to be a 3-cell clue. And so each of these is at least 3 cells. And this one's at least 2 cells. So that probably forces some cells. So for example, that means together these make at least 8 cells. So these both have to be in for sure. Let's see. Now, this also has to be in because if it's out, then because this outer one is at least 3 cells, that would break. So that one's definitely in. And now keep in mind, unlike a lot of JSUM's puzzles, I don't have to have a gap between things that are in. Let's see. If this is out, I don't think that works either, because if this is out, then I have to shove 2 3 clues to the right of it. That doesn't work. And if this is out, I have to shove 2 3-cell clues to the right of it. So we at least get that all of that is in. Although being in again doesn't necessarily mean that it counts towards the clues up here. Okay. Column 4, row 2 is in. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So this is a 30-something. And I guess every one of these, every clue is minimum 2 cells. So this is minimum 2 cells plus minimum 4 cells. So like that cell has to be in is the point. No, not quite. That cell has to be in though, because I couldn't do it otherwise. So from the column clue, that works. Okay. Oh, if it has double 9, a 30 can be 3 cells. You're right. Oh yeah, that's nasty, but true. Let's see. Column 4, Juan was actually pointing me at. I'm only marking as green cells that the loop touches, but the fact that the loop touches it doesn't mean it counts towards the clues vertically or horizontally. Does the loop not touch itself orthogonally? I don't think that's true, Isabella. If it went horizontally here, okay, now Emma says the rules say it doesn't. I swear I just read them. Let me read again. So yeah, so oh, no rule says it doesn't. Okay. So that means you can't just draw a vertical line here. Uh, uh, yeah, so because I could have the loop go, say, that way and then have the loop go this way or whatever. That would be okay, I think. Uh, let's see. Yeah, I'm still getting over the double nine bombshell that Emma dropped before that I have to think about. Yeah, so the question mark 9 here is at least 2 cells. This is at least 2 cells. Sorry, this is at least 3 cells, right? You can't get to a question mark 9 in 2 cells. So that's at least 3 cells. That's at least 2 cells. That's at least 2 cells. Does that mean this cell is in? Because if that cell's out, I would have to go 3, 3. Yeah, this cell has to be in by this row because this is at least 3 cells, and that's... Wait, sorry, no, that one's at least 3. These are both at least 2. No, that just works if I do... Sorry, if that's out. If that's out, though, then it doesn't work. Because if that's out, then I would have to go 3, 2, 2, and it doesn't work. No rule says the loop can't form the shape of a basketball-playing dog. It's very true. So that one does that. Let's see. Do I have any other, like, easy must be in thing? Oh, let's see. David says I can do a couple things in row 2. Like, did I prove that if these aren't horizontally connected, it doesn't work? Yeah. If these aren't horizontally connected, it doesn't work. Because if these aren't horizontally connected, that means I have started my 19 clue at least this far over, and that would be 3, 3, 2, and that doesn't work. So these do have to be connected for sure. Let's see. And let's see, is the same thing true here? If these aren't connected, then that means that I have not started my question mark 8 clue yet at this point, so I'd have to get the question mark 8 and the question mark 9. That doesn't work. So yeah, I agree. Those are connected horizontally. I'm being told this is a corner, but I don't think that's true. Oh, it is a corner because it's part of a... Is it? I don't know. I don't see why. Let's see. And of course, I only get this... this cell does not have to be part of the 12, right? This cell could just not be part of the 12. The 12 is counting vertical. If this isn't a corner, it's not part of the 12. Unless there's some reason it has to be part of the 12. But I don't see why it should be. Let's see. 3, 4. I'm trying to see if I can use the fact that these are connected to get a segment in row 1. So, like, if these aren't connected... sorry, if these two aren't connected, then my row 1 has to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. And so all of that would work, and I'd end up with stuff sticking down. It only counts the loop segments in the direction of that thing. So if it's a loop segment going horizontally, it's simply not counted by the vertical clues. Not quite. Uh, I do have to make sure my two-cell sum here doesn't make a square here. So that is a consideration. So if those two don't connect, then I know that this cell is actually a minimum of 3. But I don't think that quite buys me enough leverage to get anything out of this 28 yet. It's possible I could do more. I feel like I should be able to get more out of this 30-something in column 2, but the fact that it can have a double 9 in it is really annoying. I do need to remember, I do know there needs to be a crossing in this, and the total sum of the crossings needs to be at least 9. So the only way there's a single crossing in this row is if that single crossing is at a 9. And so if there is a single crossing at a 9, it's certainly not here or here, for example. Oh, I can make a square as long as there's a crossing, right? Wait, double crossing at a 9 doesn't work. You can't do a double crossing at a 9. Because if you do a double crossing at a 9, yeah, the what Martin just said was the math I was just doing in my head, is if you do a double crossing at a 9, then the minimum sum, because every crossing segment is at least 3 long, the minimum sum is actually 21. That's too big. Because when we said 54 was the minimum sum of digits in the segment, that was assuming this is a 17, an 18, and a 19. So actually there are 2 crossings in this row, at least. So it is worth pointing out that the crossings here both correspond. So this is Isabella's point. There's at least 2 crossings, and both of those crossings correspond to corners in row 1. Now, there are 4 corners in row 1. So there are a minimum of 2 crossings, but there could be, theoretically, I suppose, 4 crossings in some crazy universe. Yeah, I would love to be able to say some of these things aren't a crossing because they're a single digit, but that doesn't actually follow, sadly. So if this cell is in the loop, it's a corner, and it's going to have to keep going down because this is a question mark 9 clue. So if this is in, then we actually know the entire structure of row 2. Because if this is in, and I don't think that works actually, although this is sort of bifurcating, but if this cell's in the loop, then we know it looks like that. You can't get to question mark 9 in 2 cells, so that will look like that, which means it's not part of this. But we said this is 2 cells, that's 3 cells, and that's 3 cells. And your crossings would have to be there and there. And now the question is, that assuredly breaks, right? The single question mark and single question mark here. Because these would have to sum to at least 9. And be doubled. And if they sum to at least 9, then one of them is at least 5. And if one of them is at least 5, it doubled as 10, and I don't have to do any more work than that to say that this doesn't work. So that's somewhat, and I think it is visualizable, although I had to draw in a lot to show it, that if this is out, basically, basically what I proved is this cell is in. Because if this cell is, if there's not a connection here, then you're forced to have that exact thing. So I actually really proved that there's a connection. There's a connection here. Is what I proved. And then that implies that there's not loop there, which makes this actually a corner and does push this down at least 2 cells because of the fact that you that this is a 9 clue of some sort. And now exactly the same thing happens if I push this over 1. Is that true? I think if I push this over 1, exactly the same thing happens. So if I push this one further, then I push that one further, push that one further. And now I have to have, again, 2 crossings with some at least 9, but those crossings can only exist at single cell clues. And so, again, unless there were 3 crossings. Could I get there with 3 crossings? 3 crosses that sum to at least 9 would mean one of the numbers. If I have 3 numbers that sum to at least 9, that means one of the numbers is at least 4. Nope, that doesn't work because double 4 plus 1, 2 is still too big. So that doesn't work either. So 8 plus 3, still too big, as Emma says in short. So in fact, this is done. It does not continue because otherwise it would force, which makes this an 8-9 pair. And in fact, that has to be the 8 because we now know that this is counting towards a vertical clue, and that vertical clue is a single digit. So that cell is an 8. And we get to do our 8 dance. We'll bring out Zach for that. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, so now that cell is a 9. There is a 1 in exactly one of these 2 cells that this continues to, and so we've got that. Now my 30-something can't be 4 cells long. Or sorry, can't be 3 cells long anymore, right? Because 18 plus 7 plus 6. Oh, no, that is still 21, isn't it? Damn it. Okay. So I agree with Isabella. If this is out, we have the same problem that it forces, again, the same structure of this crossing, 2 crossings in single-digit clues. So this is in. And in fact, basically what we're saying is this cross is broken. So in fact, it's in, and this continues this way. This is now part of the 12. And now that means that this cell is a horizontally bit like that, because it's in and it doesn't have an option to go anywhere else. Wait, did I cheat? Sorry, I cheated because of the cross. I cheated because of the crossing. Sorry. Because almost assuredly there is a crossing here. Sorry, I keep forgetting about the crossings. Yeah, if we proved the middle segment can't go right, yeah, that probably would have been much cleaner. Okay. So basically the point is I need a crossing in a cell that is not a single, that's not marked as a single. So I need either a crossing here, which I certainly can't have. I certainly can't have a crossing here. So I need a crossing here or a crossing here is what we've proved. I don't think that's true, Emma, because we can have a crossing in a column with a single question mark. We just need to have a crossing in a column without a single question mark. I believe. Oh, okay. So I think Martin is maybe giving us the. So that could be the 4. So so this, if this is the crossing, it doesn't buy us a lot of leverage unless we have 3 crossings. Uh which I think we could have 3 crossings as far as I can tell. Uh yeah, I agree that there's a 1 in one of these 2 cells. Uh does that immediately do something that I'm missing? Uh No, I just think it's neat. That's fair. Uh, yeah, I had noticed it before, and I was like, it feels like the sort of thing that's supposed to do something, but I don't see what it does yet. I'm sure it will do something later, and it's probably wise that I mark it because I will immediately forget it otherwise. And I know that this will either go wimp like that or wimp like that. Uh, oh, it can't go like that. So if this goes up at all, then it's going over at least 4. Does that even work, actually? Uh, or is that break? Uh, uh, oh, actually, it's more egregious than that. Because if it does do this, this is a 1. And so that means that it actually needs to go not 3 spaces, but 4 more spaces. That's gotta break, right? So if this loop goes up here by the J Dyer 1 point, we actually need to go that far over to finish the 28. And now we've got to somehow, we've got to put a cross here and a cross here in order for that to possibly work. But that's okay, isn't it? Uh, like, is there a reason these can't both be crosses? Not that I'm aware of. Hey, Jay, how are you doing? Uh, we have many J's. J is definitely the most common name in puzzling, I'm pretty sure. Uh, uh, I think it's true that these two have to connect horizontally, isn't it? If these two don't connect horizontally, I can't start the 28 until here, which is still going to take 4 yet. These two have to connect horizontally. Uh, because if they don't, then I can't start the 28 clue owing to this empty cell until I get to there, and then I need a 2-cell sum in 1 cell. So those two need to connect horizontally. Uh, for what it's worth. And in fact, actually, the argument that I just gave about the 1 actually tells me, and this is Emma's point, that these two have to connect horizontally, because if these two don't connect horizontally, then my 28 would need to be these 4 cells, except that's a problem because this cell would be a 1. So in fact, actually, we know that this connects over here. Okay, which means that this cell surely is not the crossing. This cell could be a crossing. I guess maybe the easy question is, if the sum isn't 54, it's 64. There's no universe in which the sum is 64, right? Uh, for this row 2, because if the sum was 64, I would need crosses summing to 19, which would be like 3 cross digits that I can't even make. I can't even use 8 and 9 for. So that would be 765, and 765 is not even 19. So there's no way that I can make the sum 64. So that actually does mean there is at most one cross per one of these, I think. At least one cross that counts double. So that means there's at least one cross that counts double in each of them, I think. Maybe not. Maybe I'm still. It's possible I'm still off on my math there. Okay. So where can my crosses go? In principle. Uh, so this cell can't be a cross because if it was, I wouldn't have enough clues in the row. So that cell can be a cross. This one can't because of what's above it. And these two can be crosses. And that's it. So these are the only places I can put crosses. I do think I'm going to have a really hard time making both of these crosses. But I think what Isabella is saying is that I certainly can't only make these two crosses. Because if I make only these two crosses, then the largest digit I can put here is a 4. And the largest digit I can put here is a 3. And 3 plus 4 isn't 9. It is less than 9. So I have to have a cross here unconditionally, regardless of how all of the rest of that nonsense goes. Certainly means these don't join. And so now we've got that. Yeah. That's the like the pithy version of what we proved, David. Okay, now we can just barely make it work over there. I don't know if anyone wants to chase the crazy math over here of whether this being a double cross will really possibly work. Like I think I could make this a 7 and this a 2 and probably make it work. Oh, and this is a positively counting cross. I'm going to mark because I know it's a positively counting cross horizontally, so therefore it's also a positively counting cross vertically by the rules. But that doesn't really do anything because it's part of a question mark clue, so who cares? Okay, so if there is no cross here, Emma does the math and says, so that means that the only way to get my 18 clue is to make this 5, 6, 7 exactly. And in that case, then I can't get to the 9 I need on crosses with only 2 digits, because the only way this would be 18 is if it's 5, 6, 7 exactly. Therefore, the most I could do on my 2 crosses would be 3, 4. That's not 9. So I do need this to be a positively counted cross, or this doesn't work. Which then is going to mean that these two just aren't part of the loop at all because of the 28 clue. It's going to force that there, those two over there. This is a corner, so it's going to turn down like that. Okay, this is a doubled digit that's part of a 12, so it can't be larger than 4, I believe, because 5 would be too big. So this is certainly 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think I know that this isn't a cross yet. I do know that that's green, though. Yes, this is also a corner. Good. And so that gives me my 1, owing to that, or J's 1, I should say. Let's see. So we've got that. And now I've got a 30-something clue, which I guess is at least 3 long. So unfortunately, I think that doesn't quite tell me anything about it just yet, although we're getting there. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, so these sum to a minimum of 38. So that means these sum to a maximum of 7 and a minimum of 6. So J is correct. These are from 1, 2, 3, 4. And they definitely contain... Sorry, that one's not a 1. And they definitely contain a 1 and a 2, for whatever that is worth. So there's 2 ways to make 28 and 4, unfortunately. Although I guess this digit's just at most 8, annoyingly. So what's the smallest number I can put in a 4-cell sum to 28? If I do 987, that's 24. So 4 is the smallest number. So these are all at least 4. So I just want to prove this line can't go down further. Although I guess it could always go down further if I put in a cross that sums to 0, huh? Yeah, that's the problem. Did we screw up our math by neglecting the possibility that there's a cross that sums to 0 in these 12s? I hope not. There's a chance that we screwed up our math at some point or another. You're good. Okay, so KNT thinks we're good. Okay. I don't remember contemplating that, but it's very possible. No. Okay, no, it's true. Okay, so what we did was we said, okay, if this is counting double, we still got to count at least 2 more things. And you always have to count at least 2 more things because the corners, you can make some cells that count to 0, but you can't push the cell that counts for something off forever because that would push the end of your loop off the edge of the grid. Okay. Got it. Okay, well, this certainly doesn't go up. Because that is not allowed. So this goes down. I don't think it does a lot, but it does. This also goes down, I suppose. Okay. Let's see. Dorlier asks if these connected... no, that's not how the counting works, Dorlier. If this goes vertically, it's just not counted as the roller coaster clue. Yes, this assuredly does not go left. Good. So it goes right. Yeah, roller coaster is a little different from J-sums. Okay, let's see. KNT claims this cell's value is forced. Probably by the fact that I just said that this was a 4, 5, 6, or 7. So, yeah, that's what I was thinking, but then I got distracted by other things. Because now, actually, if this is a double 4 plus 4, that's too big. So this is certainly not a double 4. Double 3 plus 4 looks okay. Double 3 plus 4 plus 2. So I don't quite see yet this. Although I guess the point is these two have a maximum of these. So the maximum sum of these is 13. Okay, so the maximum sum of these is 13. And so the minimum sum of this cell is 5, so aka 6. So this actually is a 3. Okay, so this is counting as a double 3, which now means that this is a 6. So this is certainly... and this is a minimum 2 and 4. If I look at, but this one doesn't necessarily count. Sorry, this could still be an X. And yeah, we can try greening stuff. So let me blue everything, and then I'll green the stuff that's definitely right. So nothing on the edge can be interesting. So you're all green. Can't put a crossing there for sure. Can't put a crossing there for sure. This is a crossing, so it's done. This is a crossing, so it's done. Can't put crossings here, so these are done. Let's see. This I have an X below it, so it's done. So we've got all of that. All right, so these two do now sum to 12. So they have to be 5, 7, right? There's no two-cell sum to 12 that is available other than 5, 7, I believe. So that makes this quadruple 1, 2, 4, 6. And this is certainly still 4 or 5. And there's certainly only one 4 or 5 in a 4-cell sum to 28, right? I can't do 4 plus 5 plus 8 plus 9 is too small, right? 4 plus 5 plus 8 plus 9. 18 plus 8 is 26. No, I cannot. So so no additional 4 5s there. And we certainly need the 8 and the 9, given that this is a 4 or a 5? I think so. So 6, 7, 8 is 21. Yeah, so we certainly need the 9 in here. And what about the 8? The 9, 6, 7 is 22 plus 5 is 27, so that doesn't work either. So yeah, so there's an 8. Over here. So this is a 2-cell sum, and it doesn't have an 8 or a 9. So it certainly has a 6 or a 7, but I already know that just by Sudoku, so that's not so exciting. Okay. Okay. So maybe that was not so thawing. Now, if this does stop here, if this doesn't continue down, then I know that this is a 2 and a 4. 18 is the max sum for... Oh, is the point to look at... Yeah, so if this were 3, it would have to be 6624, I guess. So 6624 would just work. Or otherwise there has to be another cross. Oh, sorry, but this isn't a sum to 18. This is a sum to 19. Sorry, this is a sum to 19, and it only sums to 18. So this does need to extend. Okay. Yes, correct. So those two are now done. That could be marked in blue. It works if you think you're trying to sum to 18. But sadly not. So this is also a crossing, but I don't know how it's counted yet. It could be counted as a null crossing. The 1 certainly isn't doubled, Isabella says, because if this is a 1, then I've made 19 even. That doesn't work. Oh yeah, if this is not counted as doubled, then we're back to the maximum being 18, right? We're back, if this is negated, if this is disappeared rather than doubled, then we're back to double 6 plus 2 plus 4, which is only 18. So this is actually doubled. We do actually know that. And so we're still not doubling the 1. And so we need the total sum of the double digits to be 9, because we know the sum of the digits in the row is 54, which is just 45 plus the double digits. So these actually have to be a 2-4 pair. So no 2-4 there. Like that. Yes, and this can't be the double 4 because it would break the column. So that's the 2 and that's the 4. Because of the single question mark there. This single sum in this column is already pretty hefty. It's not necessarily a problem, but it's going to become a problem rapidly if this thing continues downward and doesn't have some other crossings in it. Okay, and I know that there's going to be at least a 1 at the corner down here, so this digit is at most a 6. But it's at most a 6, but it's not a 1 or a 2 because of the 1 and 2 over here. So this is a 3, 4, 5, or 6. Oh, I'm forgetting that this 2 is counted as doubled. Sorry. This 2 is counted as doubled. So this is 4 plus a minimum of 1 down at the bottom means that this is at most 4. So that actually gets us a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple, which actually makes this a 5. For sure, for purposes of this. And so this is a 6 or a 7 over here to round out the digits in the row. For whatever that is worth. Oh, but now I need these numbers to sum to 23. So they have to be 6, 8, 9 is the thing that I'm supposed to say. And so if they're 6, 8, 9, that makes that a 7. So now this being 3 or 4, either way is totally fine. This cell has to be a cross is the point. Because if this cell counts towards this sum is too big because this cell is a minimum of 3 because it sees 1 and 2 by Sudoku. And so minimum of 3 plus 4 plus double 2 is 11. That's too big. So this is a cross, but it's a negative cross or a negated cross or whatever. I'm going to make those orange to say this is a cross, but it doesn't count. So these are both in, and I can do my... Sorry, those are both in, but I should be careful that I mark them correctly. This one's done. These are just in, U-Bahn style. Okay. Same in row 3, column 4. Why can't this cell be a 2? Oh, the other column 4. This one. Yes, same for this one. Right. This is the real column 4. In the real column 4, these already sum to 11, so I need a 1. So that means this cell can't be counted. This has to be an uncounted corner. Like that. which of course makes this a corner, although I don't know what kind yet. I mean, I might know what kind after I think about it for a second, but I haven't thought about it for a second yet. If this is doubled, it's at least a double 4. Sorry, it's at least a double 2, which would be 4, plus 5 would be 9, would mean I need a relatively small thing left over. It's not necessarily a problem. I mean, I do have a lot of places where I'm going to need to cram low digits, so a lot of these sort of strings are going to continue. Because this needs a 1 and this needs a 1 in order to continue. So one of them has to keep going down at the very least. Yeah, row 3, column 4 has to count as 0. I agree with that. That's what I'm trying to mark with the orange circle, maybe unsuccessfully. Okay, well, we've successfully made it to double digits in this sum no matter what we do, so we can't screw it up that badly. And here's another digit that if it's in, it's got to be pretty small. It's got to be from 2, 3, 4 if it's actually in. Okay. And question mark 9, I have to keep in mind, is always at least 2 cells. So if I link these as part of the question mark 9, I guess if I don't start the question mark 9 before these, that forces this to be an intersection that then counts for 0, and so it keeps going over there. Although I guess it, yeah, yeah, we've got a lot of sort of digits that have to be low if they're not unsummed crosses, but they could well be unsummed crosses. You don't use the line from row 3 to row 4. The question mark 9 can't be long enough, or can't be large enough. You mean this line? But we can have a 9, right? I think we can have a 9. As best I can tell. Oh, but without an 8. So it's 5. Well, it would be 5 minimum if it couldn't have a crossing with a doubled 9. Hey, Selena, how are you doing? Okay, now KNT is claiming that I can't not connect these, because if I don't connect these, we did do the we did do both warm-up puzzles last stream, KNT. Yeah. If I don't connect these, then I don't have room to not have done the question mark 9 yet, because I'd have to do the question mark 9 there, and then a double, and then a double, and that doesn't work. So I'd have to do the question mark 9 in these 3 cells in the hypothesis that these two don't connect. And now this is a maximum of, well, I guess this could just not count, in which case this would be a maximum of 7 plus a maximum of 9. It looks to me like I'd be fine, as long as this was uncounted. Yeah, I don't think I know any reason why this is counted. I think KNT knows a reason why this is counted, but I don't know the reason. Let's see. Yeah, if I knew this was green, it would be helpful. And so if I don't connect these, this is a 1. I agree. Doesn't that only make it easier to make these numbers bigger? I think I'm missing some piece that KNT sees. Oh, that's a good point. Jim points out the minimum sum of these is 44. So if I do put a zeroer in this row, then I have to be thing. Does that mean I'm not missing something with this connection KNT? Is that I can see at this particular moment? Is that what you're saying? I get confused with my own puzzles all the time, so it all works out. Let's see. I hit the mute button before I sneezed. That I always feel good when I succeed at that. That feels like the mainstreamer job that I usually do not succeed at. Okay. So if this is an X, it can't be a 1 because the 1 is actually counted in column 8 because the 1 is the only way I get this sum to be a single digit. So if this is an X, that means I've negated more than 1 total in this row per Jim's point, which means I would then need to add a doubler somewhere else in the row. That feels like the beginning of an argument. Though I can't quite figure out what the other part of the argument is. I think J had some cells that had to be in, although then I'm not sure if J retracted the cells having to be in. And this similarly is either a 1 or an X. Okay. That's a good point. Okay, so there we go. So KNT has summarized what Martin said well, which is that there's two possible worlds for this cell. Either it's uh, a 1, in which case then this sum is done because the 1 has to count, and the corner always counts, and so the 1 would have to be the corner. Or it's not a 1, in which case it's a cross. But in both of those universes, these two need to connect because I can't make a two-cell sum with a 1 to 15 at least. So this goes this way always. Uh, row 3 and 4, columns 6 and 8. Doesn't column 6 not have a column clue? I feel like I am missing something. Uh, okay. So now, if this cell is a cross, that means that we've made it the 19 sum finishes at earliest here if this cell is a cross. And then we've got to have a double digit sum, and then we've got to have the 15 thing, but this is the 15 thing, and we don't have room for that. So this cell is not a cross. So it does not go down, and therefore this digit is a 1 that actually counts. Hey, Josh, how are you doing? Uh, okay, and so now this has to be a cross because if it wasn't a cross, it would be a 1, and it's a null counting cross. I realize, come up with a different name for the crosses that don't count, like basically every time I've said it. Okay, and so oh, I guess these two could add to 15. I don't think I see a reason why. Uh, so again, this is either a 1 or it's a cross. And in both cases, it always goes this way. So same argument as before. Because if this is a 1, then it connects that way because I need to get to 13 and I can't make a 12 in that cell. And otherwise it's a cross, so it connects that way. So we always get that in this row. Okay. Okay, row 6, 8, column 3, 4. Right, because I've got to still fit. So this is Jay Dyer's point. I've got to still fit two length two things in these 5 cells, and I can't do that if either of these are out. Uh, And here in this column, I've got to fit a length 2 thing. Right. And everything is minimum length 2. So it doesn't even matter that this is double digit. Every clue is at least 2 long. And so here, again, if I rule out that or that, I rule out the ability to do that. So I agree all of those are in. And that's true. As soon as this became negated, we now need a doubler in row 4. Thank you for keeping track of the accounting of that, Jim. So the question is, where does the doubler go? Keeping in mind, this digit's at least a 3. So that puts us at a deficit, I guess, of at least 2. So that means I need to double at least a 2, which is, I guess, not super exciting. But I do need to double something in this row in order to make the math work out. I certainly... I guess I could double a 2. No, I can't double a 2 here. Right. I cannot put a doubler here because if I do, I have a minimum of 9 plus the corner digit, which is too big. So that's not a doubler. This isn't a doubler. I don't think I know that this isn't a doubler. I don't think I know that... Oh, maybe I do know that this isn't a doubler. Yeah, this isn't a doubler. Oh, sorry. This could be a doubler as long as that number is either negated or tiny or something. That can't be a doubler. So it's either that cell. Actually, yeah. So I think we've got 3 spots the doubler could go, and I think KNT is trying to argue it can't be row 4, column 3. Because of the 19 clue. Excellent. I hope it's a non-alcoholic. Okay, yeah, there's a sip of tea. Yes, definitely. If you wanted to play the doubler drinking game with Zeta, you should definitely do it with tea. Let's see. Josh asks if this can really go left, because if this goes left, then I have to keep in mind this 19 is a minimum of 3. So if this goes left, then I would have to have this be a 2 cell, with that being exactly a 9, which looks terrible. Yeah, the 9 couldn't count. Yeah, that doesn't work because of the single digit clue here, weirdly enough. So yeah, if this extends left, then now we end up with that 2 cell sum to accommodate the 3 cell sum. And now this has to be a 9 that counts. And because we hypothesized it doesn't connect to the right, then that 9 either connects up or down, and either way it breaks the single sum here. So I agree with Josh. This does not connect that direction. Which now means that these 2 digits really do just sum to 15. So they're from 6, 7, 8, 9, and that one's on a 7, that one's on an 8. Very good. So yeah, so now that can't be a doubler. That can't be a doubler. This can still barely be a doubler, I think. And that can still barely be a doubler, I think. So the 19 has to fit entirely in these 4 cells, is the ultimate point. And if the 19 needs to fit entirely in these 4 cells, well, that's going to sum to at most 1, of course. This cell, if it counts at all, can't be larger than 7. So that would be 8. And so, right. And so then this cell, right. So these two can't sum to more than 8. So these can't sum to more than 17. So in order to get to 19, I do need to actually start over here, is the point. Okay, I agree. That is a surprise to me, but it does work. Okay, and so the 19 certainly needs to continue this way. This doesn't go up, so it's not a thing. It's claimed that this can't be a doubler, but it looks to me like this could be a double 2 with a 5 and be okay. Unless it causes some sort of loop nonsense. Notably, my loop is not presently a loop because it has this isolated piece here, which is like a loop crossing a loop. So this is currently not topologically a loop. If I connect these at the end, that's not a legal way to make this a loop. Oh, I'd still need a corner. Right, I would still need a corner. Got it. Okay. I always have 2 corners that count, which is what I'm forgetting about when I say that. So yeah, so that can't be a doubler. That can't be a doubler. And so now the doubler has to be here. There's nowhere else for it to be in the row. So, oops. So now this is a doubler, and it's a doubler. So it's doubled. Okay, and now as a doubler, this can't be very big because it's part of a 12 sum together with a 5 or a 7 and another corner digit. So those sum to at least 6. So this can only be 2 or 3. And now the minimum sum here is 4 plus 5 plus 1 is 10. So now this must be just nullified. Because the most it could be is a double 1, and there's already a 1 in the row. So we have that. There's 2 more clues in column 3. Thank you for counting. Yeah, telling me about the drinking game may have informed my choices. So the world needs more tea. Although if I keep talking about tea, I'm going to sound like a drag queen. Okay, let's see. So we have... Okay, so this is now done because it can't go down. So I have that marked as done. These sum to an absolute maximum of 7. So these sum to a minimum of 12 for whatever that is worth. Oh, row 4. Row 4 has a clue that eats those 2 cells alive. So we know there's something happening there. Good point. So now I know that this digit is quite small. And also odd. Because the combining Josh and Zombie Hunter's point, because I realize now this clue is, or this cell's definitely counted in the 12 clue, and these sum to a minimum of 9. So therefore, this is a maximum of 3, and it's only a 1 or a 3. Yeah, so this could be 7 to 1, I suppose, and it would be okay. If this is 3, that's 2. Does that really work? Yeah, I think that works. Okay. Oh, yeah, I know both of these aren't doublers. So this row, it's got to come down to this sum of 44 business. So the digits in this row sum to 44, counting the doublers and negators. So they sum to at most 48, minus, but how can this can't, so this has to be a 3 with that being a 2 is the point, because that means this digit is 1 more than this digit. So this is a 3 or a 4, I guess, is the point. So these two differ by 1. So yeah, so I think it's actually 2 and 3 or 3 and 4, I think, are the two options. So that gives us a 3-4 pair in this column. For whatever that is worth. I suspect essentially nothing is what that is worth, but who knows? So in particular, one of those digits is a 3, so there's definitely not a 3 in here. Let's see. I need a 6, 7, 8, 9 here, right? So so there's at most 1, 6, 7, 8, 9 over here. So the maximum here would be 9 plus 5 is 14, plus double 2 plus 1. Doesn't that just work? Yeah, so I would need the 5, 9. Breaks the question mark 1. Because this can't be 5 or 9. Oh yeah, got it. Okay, yeah. So by the fact that there's definitely a 6, 7, 8, 9 in here, there can only be one 6, 7, 8, 9 in here. So if this is a 2, we have to absolutely maximize it, making these a 5, 9 pair, except this cell can be neither 5 nor 9, owing to the fact that there's a 9 in the column by Sudoku, and if there's a 5 here, there's also a 5 here by the clue. Okay, so that means this isn't a 2. This is a 3, and that's a 1. And now I can do math for this cell, because those are 7, making that a 5, and that a 7. Okay, this is... So now that's a 1. This is definitely not the Mathiest KNT puzzle. That would be that one that I really hated. Let's see. That's a 2, 3, 4. One of the earlier JSums ones had some sums trick that was like 18,000 times more complicated than that. Uh, okay. So now those sum to 7, and so these sum to 12. Oh, by the way, this is now a 4. Uh, you started hating math as time went on. I would totally believe that. I have come to trust you a lot more as a setter as time has come on. Uh, Well, I think when people say math in a puzzled earlier, I don't think they really mean math in the sense of uh like doing graduate study in. They really mean obnoxious arithmetic. Is what math means when people talk about it in the context of a puzzle. Uh Multiplying seems to be out. Ask me how I know. Uh yeah, so I think one has to think about audience. I mean, certainly there's all kinds of like connectedness and parody arguments that show up. And I think as long as they're sort of easily digestible, I think they can work for a fairly broad audience. Uh, let's see. So yeah, so this either goes up or down, but that's okay either way. If this doesn't go down, it's a 2. Because of this business with the single digit sum. Oh, yes, I was going to do a sum to 12. Right. These two sum to 12 without a 3 or a 4. So they have to be 5, 7. And therefore, by the previous observation that this cell can't be 5, they are 7, 5 in that order, which makes these 6, 9. Which makes these cells. I decide where I want my armrests again. Something else. A 2 and a something. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2 and an 8. Those do, in fact, have a double digit sum. Okay, and so now this is a 3, while we continue filling out digits that are things. I think divisibility is fair as long as it's fun and not too crazy. Like modular lines are about divisibility, for example, and I think I would always say I think that entropic lines are better than modular lines, and entropic lines are like a D tier mechanic. So when I say modular lines are fine, I'm not saying that is a huge compliment to modular lines. Please do not send me all of your modular lines puzzles. But I don't think modular lines are like inappropriate in terms of mathiness. Uh, I've done some things with products that are fun, or sorry, like as solved. I don't think I've ever put a multiplying thing in my puzzles before. But I will say I think multiplication is a very shallow thing, not because I think multiplication is too hard, but because multiplication in Sudoku almost always ends up coming down to like observing that 25 divides 100 or something like that, and that fives are annoying to have in products. And I think that's not super, that's not an enthralling thing exactly to deal with. Um, You'd probably have to do something like the number in the circle is the first digit of the product of the numbers along the arrow or something if you wanted to do multiplying to avoid the 5 thing, and at that point you probably end up descending into tedious case checking. uh um yeah, I mean, there are just certain things where it's like in principle there's nothing wrong with it, but in practice all the deductions you can make are tedious or case checky or look aheady. And I mean, there is a contingent of setters and solvers who really like case checking. So like Nordy and Rocky Rower, and there's a few other like proud, I love elaborate case checking in puzzles or elaborate look ahead in puzzles, solvers and setters. So it's not that there's no one who likes that. I mean, certainly it's not to my taste. I think it's not super popular among lots of people, though, but it all depends. I mean, some people don't like single black dots in puzzles, and I really like single black dots in puzzles, so it all varies. Let's see. I can't put question mark 6 before the 1 in row 5. So yeah, so what would this have to, if I tried to put question mark 6 before the 1, then I would need these to sum to 15. Don't immediately see why I can't do that. Oh, it doesn't take the 1. So you're just saying these two cells can't sum to 16. Right, okay. These two cells can't sum to 16. I agree with that. So can the 16 come entirely after the 1? It would have to be those two, and that doesn't work. So yeah, so the 1 has to extend all the way to the left, because so I can't make these two sum to 16 because it would have to be 7, 9. So I could make those 3 sum to 16. If I don't include these, then the 16 would have to go this way. It would be at least those 3 cells, plus this next thing would be at least those cells, and now I would have to get a 13 in this cell. That doesn't work. So that means I actually get a whole bunch of loop at once. Namely, I get all of that, and I get to do some coloring. That is green, green. Sorry, that's green, green, and blue. Oh, and now this is done. So that can be greened as well. So these now sum to 15. So they're certainly from 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not 7 or 9. So this one's not 6 or 8. It is 7 or 9, if you like. This has to be part of the 13. So I think that means this is definitely on there, right? Because yeah, I can't shove the 13 after this. So this is part of the question mark for what it's worth. Oh yes, my column 230 something clue is getting quite pinched. That's true. It's going to need a crossing now, assuredly, right? Because it's at most 4 cells long and it's missing 2 of 6, 7, 8, 9. So there's going to be a crossing in my 30 clue. Assuredly, these are going to be connected. Now, what did we say? You could do double 9. Let's see. Can it still be 3 cells long now that you couldn't use a 7 or an 8? I don't think so. Because you could do double 9, 6, 5 doesn't get you there. So it actually has to be all of them now. Okay. Oh, 5 is also out. So yeah, so I'm way taxed out of being able to get to 30 something without using every single cell. Got it. Okay, yeah. And so I guess I now am less concerned about the loop turning out to actually be a loop with a second loop on top of it. Because, like, you're in these rules, like, just to say the thing I was concerned about, in these rules, this is not a legal arrangement as a final thing because this isn't a loop. Like, it is a connected group of cells that only meet each other transversely. But if you actually trace it out, this is actually 2 loops, which is like the weird version of don't make a little loop. And I was quite concerned that we were going to need to use the weirdest version of don't make a little loop ever. But I think now we've sort of messed that up over there. Anyway, but do note that. But also, once you keep in mind that it's only one loop, you can think of it sort of topologically. You can just imagine the crosses aren't actually crosses. It's just a regular loop that sort of jumps into the third dimension briefly as it hops over or under these. And so your loop parity things still work. So what KNT was saying is your loops always cross a vertical line or a horizontal line or a line of any angle an even number of times. It doesn't even have to be a line. It could be a squiggly thing. And so in particular, they cross the line between column 1 and column 2 an even number of times. And so currently they've crossed it 3 times, which means that I cannot have 2 crossings, because then that would mean I would cross this a total of 5 times, and 5 is not an even number. And I certainly can't get it to be 6. So there we go. Well, I was giving my way of interpreting it. Okay, so you I see. Okay, yeah. So your version is, yeah, things have to turn in column 1, and so everything is like every entry into column 1 corresponds to half a clue. I see. Okay, yeah. I was convincing myself that the loop parity tricks didn't break when we had loops that could cross themselves, because like some things will be weird, but that will be fine. Yeah. So agree. Okay. So by that virtue, this assuredly doesn't turn, because if this turns, then we're done with clues in column 1 per KNT, and we cannot be done with clues in column 1 yet. So this doesn't turn. And so now this is a corner, so now this turns. So we've got that. Okay, and this has to be out, actually, by the same logic, because if this was in, there wouldn't be a crossing. So that makes this a corner. Let's see, I'm being told I have to maximize this. I generally, I will admit that I will put off maximizing 4 and 5 cell sums as long as possible in these sorts of things. So the maximum that this can be is a double 9. Let's see, I can't use an 8. I could use a 7 and a 6. And I can't use a 5, so I'd have to use a 4. So you have to say, okay, that's 18, 28, 35 is the maximum. Sorry, not 7. I even said to myself, not 7, and then I used 7 anyway. Yeah, I can't use 7 if I've used a 9. So it's double 9, can't use 8, can't use 7, 6, 5, sorry, not 5, 6, 4, 3. So that is 18, 28, 31. Is the maximum that I can get to. But I can't use 4, 2. Because if I use 4, 2, I break that cell instead. And if I use double 7 instead of double 9, I'm nowhere close. Yeah, and I'm not saying this stuff is unfair. It's ugly. I think I'm very comfortable saying ugly. So it's just the kind of thing that if I'm trying to like maximize my enjoyment of a puzzle and maximize how good the puzzle looks, I will put off as long as possible and eventually do if there's nothing else to do. And well, you're allowed to have some steps in puzzles that are ugly. So anyway, the point is that means that there's definitely a 9 involved. So that makes that a 7. And the double digit is a 9 in one of these cells. we're going to have to argue that you can't have a doubled 9 in any of the valid cells to 23. I'm anticipating now. So we have agreed that the sum is 31, and it is 9, and then, let's see, we've got 8, 7, and then 6, 4, 3, and 9 there. Okay, so that means that's a 2, and that's a 4. Oh, we can solve for x here. These are supposed to sum to 16, so that needs to be an 8. Agree. Double 7, double 6 isn't possible because we'd have too many loop ends in column 1, Zombie Hunter, which I gave an elaborate proof for, and KNT gave a very easy proof for, which was that each loop end gives you half a clue in column 1. And so there are going to be 4 loop ends in column 1. So if you had 2 crossings, you'd have 5. So we'd need 2.5 clues up here. Distracted by the tea drinking. Yeah, I understand what happens when you start drinking when Zeta says doubler. Let's see. Row 5, column 8. Right, so this cell now is also void again. Because if this cell is not voided, it would need to be a 1, and it can't be anymore. So we have revoided this cell, continuing our forever void down this column. Don't go into the forever void. Okay. Okay, so we still need a double-digit clue at the bottom of this column, so that's definitely in for what it is worth. Let's see. This can still get away with being a 2. If it's not a 2, then that's 2. For whatever that is worth. Okay, so if this is double 9, then we indeed can't make 23 because we have 2 1s looking at this. And 2 3s looking at it. So if this is double 9, Martin has done the math for me, thank you. If this is double 9, the minimum of this would be double 9 plus 2 plus 4, which is 24, which is bigger than 23. So this is not the double 9. This is the double 9. So that is a 9. It is doubled. That means that this cell is done. This cell is done. This cell is out. This cell is done. It has become red temporarily. To make that work. And this is a corner now, so we can have it turn that way. And it's going to have to be at least 3 long in order to get to 23. This is done because we know it doesn't extend up. This is done because we know it doesn't extend up. I suppose I should have said this one's done because it doesn't extend down. This one's up because it doesn't extend up. Let's see. This needs to be a double-digit sum. So this is a minimum of 4. And it's not 4 or 5. So this is 6, 7, 8, or 9 itself. I should probably fill in what's actually can go in this cell because there aren't that many options. Could be 2, 6, 7, 8, or 9. Okay, maybe there are that many options. Never mind. So this would have to be 689 exactly if there were no crosses and the loop ended here. I guess also the question mark 8 is a minimum of 2 cells long, so I can also sort of fill that in and say that these two are connected. Because if these aren't connected, I can't make that work. Okay, this has to be a cross in column 4, because if this isn't a cross in column 4, then I don't get enough loop segments in column 4. So we end up with that. By the way, all of these can be greened as well, as is this. And now we end up with those also. So this is a corner and that's a corner. So we can do that. This is a corner as well. Oh. Got that. Okay. So if this doesn't extend, I think we're going to have a problem, because if this doesn't extend, this is going to have to be a 2. Actually, even a 2 is too big. This has to be a 0, because if this isn't doubled, then the maximum sum of these 3 digits. Sorry, if this is doubled, the maximum sum of these 3 digits, the minimum sum of these 3 digits is double 2, 4, 6, which is way too big. So that's not a thing. And so if that's not a thing, that means my 23 sum actually has to continue further. And then it can't continue yet further. And so this has to continue over. So we get that. Like that. Yes, so this is a cross for the column, Martin points out, because if it's not a cross for the column, then we don't get enough clues. Even the double digit doesn't matter. It just matters that we don't have enough clues at all. Okay, so it doesn't necessarily tell me what's happening here, but it does tell me, I think, that this cell is a 1, right? Because we need these cells to have a single-digit sum, and they already sum to 7, so this needs to be a 1 or a 2, but it just can't be a 2. So that is a 1. Oh. Well, that's ominous. Okay, so the 1 can't go that way because I've already got a horizontal segment in this row, and this is going to contribute to a horizontal segment. So if it goes that way, I've got too many horizontal segments. So in fact, this is going all the way that way, and I need to keep it at a single-digit sum. Okay, which then chases this down at least one more. Like that. Okay. So these are in for sure. So if this is a cross, it counts double. For whatever that is worth. Okay. Ah, yes. If this weren't doubled, I would not get to 18. Good point. Yes, thank you, Martin. So this is doubled. Uh, can't actually be as high as a 9, but I think it can be just about anything else, although I'm running out of digits just Sudoku logically. If this were a double 9, I would... Oh, I guess I could even make this a double 9 if I made these two both sum to 10, which is probably possible. Okay, so this... I pencil marked this completely gratuitously. If I'm gratuitously pencil marking things, I should probably pencil mark this, which is actually somewhat restricted at least, because it can't be 1, 2, 3, or 4. It can be 5 or 6. It can't be 7 or 8, and it could be 9. So that's at least a little bit restricted. One can pretend. Uh, yeah, the row 6 line is very ominous. Okay, so Selena has a good point, which is that the wait, is that true? Oh yeah, this value is nullified. So these two can sum to a maximum of 17, which means this would be a value of at least 6. So if this cell was doubled, then I would have a value of 6 together with 2 cells as the corners, which would have to make it 1 and 2 with a 6. 1 and 2 with a value of 6. That does break because I'm not allowed to have that shape. Oh, but I could have the corners not there, right? The corners wouldn't have to be exactly there. And I don't see the problem with a double 3 and a 1 and a 2. It would just be very specific, right? Oh, it's because the 7 needs a 1 or a 2. Right. The 7 in this column I had long forgotten about needs to go with a 1 or a 2. So one of these two cells, in fact, is a 2, is what I know, actually. So, in fact, the 2 in this column is spoken for, because either that cell's a 2 and the 7 ends, or that cell's a 2 and the 7 ends, because the 7 can't extend past that. So one of these two cells is a 2. So that does not work. So this is not doubled, and it's certainly not nullified. So it's just done. There we go. So so this comes under like that. So now, if this isn't a cross... Oh, if this isn't a cross, then I end up with this being my other single-digit sum. Right. These are 6, 8, 9 now, right? Thank you. Because that's the only way to make a 3-cell sum to 23. So this is not 6, 8, or 9. It is only 5 or 7. Most valuable clue pick. Yeah, I think that the 23 definitely gets that. This is green. So yeah, if this isn't a crossing, then these two just need to add to a single-digit number, which looks okay to me. This can't be 6, I agree, because there's a 6, 8, 9 triple in the row, so it's 3 or 4 only. This digit doesn't actually have that many options if I go ahead and mark it out. Could be 2 or 4, not 6. Could be 7, so this is only 2, 4, or 7 we're now at. So So we know that exactly 2 of these digits are crossings, by the way, if you want to think about it, because currently crossing from row 6 to row 7, there currently are 4 downward lines. We know I need some downward lines in here, so I need an even number of downward lines in here. And so the only number I can have that's even is 2. So 2 of these are downward lines, and the sum is actually a 3-cell single-digit sum, for what that's worth. But I can't make all 3 of these crossings, I guess is the point. And the crossings both have to be nullified. I can't do any doubling of any sort. Let's see. Dorlier believes we can do this math. So if this is a 5, then I need a sum to 13, which can't be 5, 8, or 4, 9, or 6, 7. So I think if this is a 5, I just don't think it works. So I think this has to be a 7 with a sum to 11, which has to be 4, 7. Right? Sorry, no. Sorry, 7 with a sum to 11. Wait, isn't there no sum to 11 either? Is this broken or did... Oh, it's doubled. It's doubled. That's why. It's doubled. How about we do this again with it being doubled? So if this is a double 5, then I need a sum to 8 that would have to be 1, 7. Or it's a doubled 7, which would be 14 with a 1, 3. So these are from 1, 3, 7. They always involve a 7 and a 1. So in particular, that's not a 7. It is a 2 or a 4. That's not a 7. That is a very good idea. Okay, so Zombie Hunter suggests thinking about this single-digit sum, which involves a number that is at least 6. And so it certainly needs to involve a 6 or a 7, because I can't use both of 2 and 4, and 1, 3, and 5 are gone. So it involves a 6 or 7 and a 2 for sure. If I don't use the 2, then I break, right? If neither of these digits is 2, then the minimum of them is 4 and 6, which is too big. So one of these 2 digits is 2, which means that digit is definitely a 4, which means that's a 3, which means that is a 1 and a 7 and a 5. I think we did this not the way that KNT was intending, because KNT was definitely not leading us towards that deduction, but towards something else. But I like Zombie Hunter's deduction. This is a 2. So these are from 2, 6, 7. The thing down here, that 1 looks up at a 6 apparently, which makes that a 1. Makes that a 9 and a 6. Makes that not a 6, that not a 5. Let's see. This cell, Matt Laffey points out, is part of my 3-cell single-digit sum. So therefore, it is at most 6. But it can't be anything but 6, because in the column, it's at least 6. So that's definitely a 6, making that a 4 and that a 6. That was very clever. 6, 6s. Okay, so one of these... So the one of these that's not crossed is a 2. And so that one is crossed because that one's not a 2. So this is a negated crossing. Because there's a 2 looking down at it vertically. One of these two is a 2, and the other is also a negated crossing. Okay, left in this column, one of the digits is 8, David points out. So that's where the 8 goes, because this isn't an 8. And the other digit is a 9. Yep, the other digit is a 9. So we'll go ahead and sneak that in there as well, which has made that a 6. Why not? Okay. Does mean one of the two digits in this sum is an 8, but I'm not particularly worried about making sure my sum that has a double 5 in it is a double-digit sum. Okay, so Selena's point is this can't go down, because if this goes down, then it needs to sum to 11 or 21. Well, 21 is absurd. And 11 doesn't work because I need a 4. So this just can't go down. This has to go up. And now this is done. This I don't know about yet. It's either going to run under there like that. Yeah, it has to go up again, I can say, for the same reason, which then forces it up through there, which makes this my other thing. So this is a 2. It's done, making that an 8 and that a 2, which means that this is a negated crossing as well, because the 7 here needed to go with a 1 or a 2, and that can be neither. Sorry, can be neither. So this is a negated crossing. Nullified crossing, whatever you want to call it. This is therefore the 2 for that that one. This isn't an 8. We did know that had to be a 2 because there has to be a second single cell sum in the column. And if it was another negated crossing, we accidentally make there only one sum in the column. David is the problem. There's a 6-9 pair in this column randomly. So if I fill in the rest of the column with candidates, it's not 1 or 2, could be 3, 4, 5, not 6, could be 7, not 8, or 9. Sure. Oh, I can't have another negated crossing because then I would have the wrong parity of things crossing from row 6 to row 7. I currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. And if we did that, we need 2 more, and there aren't 2 more. Not 6 because there's a 6-9 pair in the column was why I was filling it in, but it wasn't actually useful. But I thought it might be useful to fill in around the 6-9 pair. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, so this column, much more useful Sudoku, Perjual, is like that. This is not a 4. Okay. Column 7 has some math that we can do, I'm being told. Are we claiming that this definitely isn't a crossing? Or are we claiming we definitely know that they're not summing to 14 instead of to 4? Okay, this row doesn't have a whole lot left in it. So we've got 1, 2, we need a 3. We've got 4, 5, 6. We need a 7, 8, 9. That cell's not a 7. That cell's not a 7. And that cell's not a 7. That one's not a 9 either. So therefore, the only place for a 7 is that one per usual. So that's not a 7. Okay, so these are from 2, 6, 8, 9. Neither of these are 6. That one's not a 9. So that gives us a whole lot of almost something, but not quite. See, I need to make sure this is double digits. I need to make sure that these have an appropriate sum when I'm done. Row 7, column 3 isn't 2 because of the question mark in the column. Right. This one is an 8 because this needs to be a double digit sum. So that's an 8. Agree. Those are now a 6, 9 pair, so that makes that an 8, which makes that not an 8 and that not an 8. That makes that a 6, 9 pair, which makes that an 8. Quick, what's question mark minus 16? We can fill in that digit. That is not an 8. Now if I fill in this column, you can't help too much. If I'm not feeling it, then I will do it. But I generally encourage backseating because then if I don't see something, someone in chat will. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So therefore, that is a 7. That is a 9, and that's an 8. That 7 looks over there. That's a 2, and that's a 7. That is a 3, 4, 5 triple, so that looks up and makes that a 7. This row, let's see, that is not a 9 anymore. This row is missing a 2, a 6, and a something. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so that's not a 2, a 4, a 6. It's not a 6. Oh, the lack of a clue in row 3. Yeah, they never give you the clue you want, do they? Let's see. I can probably actually just mark these if I want. Oh, do I have 8 8s? I do seem to have 8 8s. So that's an 8. I've got 9 7s, apparently. Okay, I might have to force the 14 here, or the 14 versus 3 here, but it seems painful. Because I see right away it could be 6, 3, 5, which would be 14, or it could be 7, 1, 3. Both of those are possible. Okay, so this needs to be a question mark 3 thing. So these are certainly not adding to a number that ends in 3. Uh, so, so that means that this definitely extends. Now that's green. It's blue. Now this can't extend anymore because we've got all the clues in the row now. This puzzle really doesn't want to die, I gotta say. At the very end, this is a corner. So this turns up. This has a like chaos construction-esque finale where it's just sort of a we have extracted all of the fun from the puzzle, and then we get 20 more minutes of reward of tediously pencil marking every cell on the grid. Okay, so that is an 8. It's probably inevitable with this sort of thing. Oh yeah, we've got to decide what this is. So if this is not doubled, then David points out that then I'd have to make those two add to a number that ended in 3, which I'm not going to. So this is doubled. The drinking game continues. This is green now for sure. This is green now for sure. Oh, this has been green for a long time. This is certainly green. Okay, yeah, that needs to be double digit. That's okay. I do somewhat wish I had re-exported this in Penpa, because if I had put this in Penpa and then exported it to Sudoku Pad, I could have made it so that I could write on the clues to mark which clues are done, which would have made life a little bit easier. Yeah, double 5 now causes the same issue to repeat. Good. So this is not a 5. So it is a 2 or a 3. Yeah, these are going to be single cell no matter what happens. It's odd by parity. KNT listing both options for this sum. 7 column 7 can't be 3 from the column clue. That's true, yes. Okay, so yeah, so we now know this is summing to 21. So previously when chat claimed this couldn't sum to 21, chat was incorrect. This now has to sum to 21. And so those sum to 13. Or sorry, I guess could be 31. Could be 31. I don't know that it's not 31, although it's probably not 31. Those sum to 13. So if I want to get to 21, that means I need 8 more. Yeah, so these are either summing to 8 or 18, but 18 is too 18 is too much. We cannot do 18. Wait, we can't do 8 either. Somehow I did this math wrong. Yeah, I'm doing this math incorrectly somehow. Yeah, I think oh, what's going to have okay, I see. This number is going to have to be doubled. That's the point. Because yeah, so exactly what I said, except that now this has to be doubled, right? Because Yes. As it currently sits, it is correct that it is not possible to sum all of these numbers to get 21. But it will be possible if I crisscross this and make this a doubler. And now this is done. Oops. And now this is done. And now this continues and continues. And now these are all done. This is now can't be anything. This now turns up. And so now we have all of our loop stuff done. So again, these need to sum to 8, but they're doubled, so they need to be 3 and 1. And so that is a 9, 3. Okay, those are a 4-5 pair, so that's a 2. These are a 3-5 pair now, so that's a 2. So that's a 9 and a 6. Yeah, it's sort of funny that everyone was convinced that these had to be a 1-3 pair so it would sum to 11, and then they turned out to be a 1-3 pair so that it would sum to 21. That is funny. 2, 5, 4, 9, 6, 9. Okay, those are still a 3-5 pair, so that's a 1. That's a 6. 3. That's not a 4. That's not a 2. Okay, so now we need to find the clue that we have not used. To sort this out, I think. Yes, this needs to end in a 3. There we go. So that is 6 plus 2 is 8. So this needs to be a 5 in order to make that work. 5, 4, 5, 3, 5, 3, 4. Very nice. I enjoyed that a lot, except for the end. The end I could have done without, but the rest of it I loved. The rule set was really cool. I quite enjoyed that. Should we double check that this is really a loop and not 2 loops joined together? Let's see. If we want to do that, we'd start here and we'd follow the loop around, like this. Let's see. And it looks like it is really a loop. There we go. We have verified this puzzle is really a loop. All right. Alrighty. I am going to take a quick break and come back shortly with more puzzle time. So see you all in just a bit. Alrighty, welcome back. With apologies to the Ubon non-enjoyers, I know that Ubon is a bit of an acquired taste, and it certainly was even for me. So I try and space out my Ubon solves a decent amount. However, we last time did two, we'll call them mini puzzles, that were a warm-up for doing this, and if I wait to do this part until later, then I am going to completely lose all the knowledge that I accumulated in doing that. So I'm going to try and do this, and then we can do a little bit of waiting after that to do more Ubons. But anyway, so I also have a setting challenge coming up, so that may or may not relate to that. Okay, so here we have a hybrid of two genres I really like. So one of them is pentominoes. So I think there's a lot of cool possibilities for pentominoes, but in this case we need to break everything into pentominoes, which are just 5-cell ominoes. And some of them have names, like the T pentomino looks like this, but it could look like that, for example. It's pentomino because everything has 5 things in it. The black cells are not part of pentominoes, although they can be part of the Ubon network, which confused me enormously last time. So you can look forward to me once again being horribly confused by that. So we have that, and like pentominoes can't touch. So if this is a T, I can't put, like, I could never do that, for example, because that would be a T touching a T. Okay, so that is thing number 1. And other than that, we also have a Ubon. So we also have to make a loop network, which is like a loop, except it can freely branch and cross itself as much as it would like. It can form like 2 disjoint loops. Like, it would be totally fun. Not like that. Nope, not like that. Center only. No. Stop it. Oh, I see. I put it in center only, and then I tried to remove the thing that wasn't on the center, and then that broke it. Here, unlike the previous puzzle, it is totally fine if I have 2 loops like that. That is a loop network. The thing I'm not allowed to do is have a dead end, so I can't, like, have the thing run off here. Also, I can't do any I can't have it do diagonal at all. Okay. So all of that. And the clues on the outside tell me what pieces are used. So I really like this sort of... This is an idea that I've only seen in Ubon and a couple Ubon-esque puzzles, but that I think is pretty cool, where outside the clue, or outside the thing, you get told sort of what pieces you can use. So you can use 1 T and 2 lines to make your network. And anything you're not told how many of those pieces you get to use as many as you want. Okay. Now, those two at first seem like they have absolutely nothing to do with each other, which is almost true, except that every pentomino needs to be one of 2 types. One type is that the pentomino contains one of each Ubon piece. And so you might say, but wait, Zeta, there's 4 Ubon pieces. But there are, in fact, 5 Ubon pieces because one of them is empty. And so you can have an empty cell in a Ubon. Not every cell has to be visited by the loop network. It's meant to be like a train network, and your train network doesn't function very well if the entire world is train. Because then sort of you can go everywhere, but there's nowhere to go. That would be a problem. So we want to leave lots of empty cells in the grid for people to build their houses on. And so in this, one option is that the pentomino contains one of each plus a house. And the other option is that all the non-house cells in the pentomino are the same piece. So you could have a bunch of T's and any number of houses. You can't have all houses, though. All houses is not allowed. So that is that is how that works. And we have the additional rule that if I have two of the all T pentominoes, they can't touch. So that is a cool sort of bonus rule that was not present in the original puzzle, but we even at the time sort of hypothesized that it would be a fun additional rule to have. Okay, now here's the thing that will confuse the ever-living daylights out of me, and I will screw this up repeatedly. The loop network can freely enter and leave the black cells all at once. They are only not part of the pentomino. So the black cells interact in no way with the they interact in no way with the U-Bahn. So I'm noticing we have a few crisscrossing zeros. So this cell, for example, can't be a turn, and it can't be a straight, and it can't be a cross. So it can only be empty. That is, it can only be a house or a 3. And this cell can only be empty or a 4-way. If I look, sorry, empty or, how did I screw that up? Oh, no, sorry. This one's also empty or a T. Those are the only options for that as well. Sorry, somehow I felt like the answers had to be different, but the actual point was that it was only that. Oh, I love naked singles in U-Bahns. I particularly love, I think only KNT has done this, and I think technically I made a puzzle that I didn't really post anywhere, and maybe it was broken that did this. But KNT has a series where there's a 5th kind where there actually is an indication of how many empty cells there are, so you actually can have legitimate naked singles, although you can certainly have naked single nothings even without that. But those are some of my favorite U-Bahn puzzles. Okay. So, it is worth noting that I know that in this row there are 4 corners, which means there's at least 4 cells which extend down into row 2. And then below them, there have to be T's or pluses, because there has to be something. Basically, everything that sticks into a row, there has to be something to catch it, is the way that I sort of think about it in my head. And so those are going to, so there actually are some X's and T's in this row. Like, this row can't just be entirely empty. That will not work. For what it's worth. Also, I guess I could say something like, the one straight line in this row is part of an omino that has, oh, I can't say that. Sorry, I was going to say it has to be part of an omino that has one of each, but that's definitely not true. Okay, this X omino assuredly can't do that. So this needs to be one of the ends of the X pentomino. So the X pentomino either does that, or it does this, which means this is definitely part of the X pentomino for whatever that is worth. I'm going to try and mark that with a slash just to remind me these two are in the same omino for what it is worth. Doesn't seem immediately useful, but what are we going to do? Let's see. We've certainly got 4 pluses here. The 3 corner cells are something else. Do I know that? Not useful, I see. Okay. A little stitching near the bottom of column 1. Right. I can certainly, yeah, these are certainly part of the same omino. I realize that X kind of looks like I'm saying the opposite, but you're meant to read this as a stitch of these two are definitely part of the same omino. So we've got that. Unfortunately, we have no clues in column 1. I mean, the corner in row 1, column 1. Do we know there's a corner in row 1, column 1? Oh, you just mean that whichever way the X goes is going to force some stitching. Namely, these are all going to get... Basically, you're telling me I can stitch that together. Right. That's what's being said. Okay, so all of this is in the same pentamino. Right, and there's borders. So we can actually draw honest pentamino borders. Oh, sorry, I need to allow center and edge. There we go, like that. So let me just mark what these cells are allowed to be. This is a 0 or a 1. This is a 0 or a 3. And this is a... Yeah, this can be 0, 1, or 3. Okay, but the fact is these two things are in the same omino, and they can only be the same if they're empty. So this can't be a one of each omino. Oh, sorry, 0, 2, 3, thank you. Oh, so it can be a one of each omino. Darn it. It can be a one of each omino. If this is a 3, that's a 1, and this is a 2. Oh, no, it can't, I don't think. Yeah, it can't be a one of each omino, because if this is a one of each omino, then it's going to have to be 3, 1, 2. And the two remaining things I have to fit in the omino are 0 and 4, and you can't put a 0 next to a 4, which is one of the things I remembered last time. So this is not a one of each omino. This is an all the same omino, which means that assuredly these are both empty, right? Does that check out? Do people agree with my assessment of how this has to work? I think that's right. Okay, and so now this is also empty because of the options don't work. So so all of these things are empty. Okay, and so we need a non-empty cell in this omino, at least. Yeah, we can't have a pentamino entirely. Actually, these rules don't say that. The old wait, sorry, maybe they say it is the loop network visits every pentamino. So I can't find it. Can someone check the LMD page and tell me? Because in the previous puzzle, it was very clear that I was not allowed to have a pentamino that could be entirely empty. It can be entirely empty. It doesn't say anything about it. Okay, so this omino can be entirely empty, so I don't need to worry about it. Okay, that is very fair. Okay. Okay, and then if it can be entirely empty, then I guess the condition that two pentaminos satisfy... Oh! Sorry, I misread one. When I read it on the LMD page, I misread what one actually, or what rule one actually said. Uh, Rule one actually says that you can't have two non-touchy pentominoes touch each other. Let me double check the LMD page because I swear that's not what it said. Um, oh no, it does just say that. Okay, sorry. So I had read it when I read this the last time as saying that two pentominoes that had the same shape of type 1 couldn't touch. But it's actually just saying two pentominoes that are all one shape can't touch, period. So this is a one of each omino, is the point. And so, so yeah, so so this is, so this is a one of each omino, and there's no corners here. Now the one of each ones can touch. Okay, so that is the only empty cell in this X. So this cell is not empty. For what it is worth. And it's not a line either. So this is a 1, 3, or 4 for what that is worth. Okay, so if I do this way, that doesn't work. Because if I make the X go this way, now there's no lines in it. Because you can see the column here says no lines and the row here says no lines. So the X shape has to go the other way. The X shape has to go that way. So I can finally lose this piece. I can stitch one further over there. So these are all in. And now we actually get loop network here because this is now forced to be a corner. So that's assuredly in. We have found a corner. Okay, so now this isn't a corner. Oh, but this could be a straight line. Sorry, I don't know that that's not a straight line. Yeah, I know those aren't corners, but no duh. This is also one pentomino, but I don't necessarily know anything about that cell right away. Oh, yes, right. This can't go only down. Thank you to Selena for phrasing that in Zeta language. If this went only down, it would be a corner, so it has to go some other way, namely it has to go that way. One of these two has to be the four-way, so whichever one is the four-way, that's always in, at least. Right. One of these two is a straight line. So either this is just done, in which case this is a three-way, or this is a three-way, and then this is a line. Does that mean this always connects horizontally both directions? No. If this is a three-way, then this is a vertical line. If this is a line, it means I always get this connection, right? If I imagine a hypothetical X here, then I make it so that I can't, it doesn't work. So if I imagine an X here, then I can't make one of these straight and one of them not straight. So there we go. So that is definitely that. And now it's also a good point to make. This can't be the four-way, because if this is the four-way, I have to put a straight line in a column that can't be a straight line. So actually, this is the four-way. That is a good observation. Imagine solving this on paper. Heaven help everyone. Okay, so this is not a straight line, so it doesn't go only up. So it also turns this way. Oops. But the the row clue says it's not a corner, so therefore it also goes up here. So this is a T. That's a corner. And so this omino can't also include this cell. Because if this omino included that cell, it's neither type of omino. So in fact, this omino is an L. And since this is an everything is the same omino, that means that this is a corner and it's done. Oops. And likewise, we can stitch those together. Okay, this assuredly has to be either a three-way or a four-way. I can get rid of the stitching from these cells. Oh, there's a samesies no touchies rule. Right. There's a samesies no touchies rule, which means that this is not a samesies. Okay. So, oops. So this omino and this omino are both not samesies ominos. Okay. If these two are connected, then this is a T, and I think that means that T has to look like that, right? Is that T possibly one of each T, given the clue? No, that's not possible, because it doesn't have a four-way in it by the column clue. So this can't be a one of each T. And so that means these two can't connect, because if these two connect, we get a T that can't have one of each. So in fact, there's a thing there, and I can stitch those two together. Okay. So I've got, and this must be a one of each, and this must be a one of each. If these join, it's definitely an F, because we know this thing touches a T. Because so this, oh, sorry, it could be a Y. Sorry, it could be a Y. Can't join that cell without causing major issues if these join, because then it would be a T touching a T, and we want to avoid the T touching a T option. All right, this is not a T, so this is either a corner or a four. Do I know that this isn't a four-way? Oh, yes. I know it is a four-way. Right. Sorry. Thank you, Jim. This cell is not a three-way, and it's also not either of these things. So the only thing this can be is a four-way. Thank you. So that is in. Okay. This we know. Oh, so this can't be in the same pentomino because this can only be a three-way or a four-way. Those are the only options for what this cell can be, and this pentomino already has a three-way or a four-way. So we can actually draw a dividing line there, which lets us further stitch there. Okay, and so now this can only be a corner, I think, because it can't be either of those things, and it's certainly not a straight line. So this is a corner. We need, in this omino, to grab an empty space and a straight line somewhere. Call it a branch instead of a T. That's going to be really hard for my brain to adjust to. I can attempt it, but my brain is not the best at adjusting these things. But I understand that it might be optimal if we did it for something. Yeah, I was thinking about like maybe I should put a circle inside the thing to mark it like that. I was thinking like ketchup and mustard or something like that as maybe like the way to do it. So like same Z's, different Z's, but that might get messy. I don't know. Maybe we should just keep track of it. But I'm not sure. Uh, this T always takes that cell, right? If this T doesn't take that cell, then yeah, then I cannot make a T. So I know that these are always both in the T, regardless of the T shape. Right. I know this can't be an L because it's touching an L. But I think Z is still possible, and W and a few other things possibly. Uh, uh, this is a corner or a 3 for what it's worth, but it won't let me mark it. Uh, uh, let's see. Maybe what I can do is I can mark the omitted cell in a cell where things are the same as black and an omitted cell in the thing where things are different as gray, because most ominoes are going to have one of those if I try and keep track of that. Let's see, what shape is this? Let's see. I guess the natural question is, can this omino avoid taking that cell? And so if it does avoid taking that cell, well, that cell, I guess, gets to be part. Well, that cell. Oh, yeah, I guess that could see part of the T, which then is going to force this to be a U with an empty cell there and a straight line there. Uh, uh, I think, unfortunately, that works. Oh, column 2 doesn't have straights, right? This cell here is not a straight. Uh, so this is a 1, 3, or 4. So this can't be a U. I guess unless this is the straight. Oh, sorry, no, it can't be a U because this would be empty and this would have nothing. Right. This can't be a U. So that means this omino has to take something out of column 5, because if it can't take that cell and it doesn't take something out of column 5, then it repeats the shape of this one. So this has to take one of these two cells, which means that it could take one of these two cells in that cell. That would be okay. But in particular, that means that this omino can't not take that cell, because if it doesn't take that cell, then this gets pushed down like that. And now this is either part of the T or part of its own omino, and either way, this gets pushed down and that breaks. So that means that this always takes that cell, which means this is not part of the T, which then fixes the T to look like that. I think that was all valid, right? People agree with my assessment there, hopefully. Okay, and it's one of these two at least that is in here, so it could be an F, a Z, a W. So this cell is also part of this omino, because if this cell is not part of the omino, then this now is forced to be a Y, but that has the same problem of blocking off both of these from this omino. So we can stitch in at least one more cell. So now this thing is either a P pentomino or an N, I believe is the fancy name for it. Right. Okay. So yeah. So Selena points out there's no 4 ways in this column. And so let me just go ahead and mark while I see it. There's no. This is not Selena's point at all, but I'm going to mark it while I see it before I get back to Selena's point. That means this isn't that. One of these two. Oh, never mind. Sorry, I was going to say one of these two has to do the 4-way for the T, but that's not how that works. But sorry, this is an omino that definitely has one of each because it touches the samesies omino. And so that can't be a 4-way because of that. And so this can't be a 4-way because it would cross into this green cell, which is done. That's why it's green. And if it comes this way, well, then that doesn't work. So this is the only place, I think, that the 4-way can go inside this omino, because this omino's zone of terror is only these cells. Those are the only places that, let me say it this way. These are the only cells that this omino can possibly touch. These can't be 4-ways because of the column clue. That can't be a 4-way because it's on an edge. This can't be a 4-way because it would cross into a green cell. So this is a 4-way. Therefore, we get to draw in all of that. That is done. That's done. So this is, again, a one of... Oh, I already knew this is a one of each omino. So these two are both in. Oh, that's in for sure. Oh, and it's not a straight line. If this is not a straight line by the clue in the column, this being not a straight line means it always connects this way. So this is a three-way. And this is a three-way or a corner. Oh, this definitely isn't a corner. Because if this was a corner, that would finish the corners for the row. And that would be a problem because we haven't put a straight line in the row yet, and the straight line in this row has definitely got corners on either side of it. So this is definitely not a, this is definitely a T, in other words, is what I am saying. This is a three-way. Thank you, Zombie Hunter. Glad that I saw it. Okay. So one of these two is the empty cell for this omino. Because that can't be. And if one of these two is the empty cell for that omino, that at least means I get a green X there indicating. Now note the green X is different from the gray X. The gray X's stitch things together. The green X's mean the green line can't cross them. Just so that we're clear. Okay, so in any event, this cell, because it's part of this distinct omino, can only be empty. It can't be a corner or straight. Oh, except it can't be straight, actually. So I think this is a naked empty, actually, because it can't be a corner. We've already got one. It can't be straight because of the clue. It can't be a three-way. We've already got one. And it can't be a four-way. We've already got one. And there's a clue. So I think this is a naked empty, actually, that is part of this. Which means it's supposed to be gray by my convention, my weirdo convention. Which means the thing we're missing is straight, so that can't be in this column. The straight that we are missing must be here. So that must be a straight and be done. And so now that finishes that this really is a P pentomino. Oh, the 3 is done, right. Thank you. We can get rid of some of the things. Hey, Gary, and welcome. Okay, I don't really need a green X to tell me that I can't do that anymore. That is blue. This now gets stitched down here. And now, as previously noted, this thing can't be an L, so there's definitely a border here. But the things I need are an empty and a straight. So this can be neither of those, is the point. So I was reminding myself why we knew this couldn't be a U. And the reason why this can't be a U is because the things this can be are exactly these 3 things by weirdo coincidence. So this can't be any of those, is the point. We can X that. This becomes a Z. Okay, so now that's the empty cell within my all different flavor of Z. This is the straight here. So we could do that. Okay, people can start picking out their houses, by the way. We've got a few houses in the grid now. So we've got all of that. Okay, well, this isn't a 4-way anymore, at the very least. This is a 1 or a 3. In both cases, actually, this always connects this direction. Because be this a 1 or a 3, it now connects that way. Which now, if I go back to this X, I think is going to tell me which of these things is straight, because it's certainly not that one. So this one now is straight, which means that this one now is a 3-way, and we know what 3-way it is. Okay. I should, by the way, just orange all of these zeros just for my scanning. I bet that this being not a line is there to tell me that I'm going to extend at least this far into this row, but I'm not quite sure yet. Let's see. Okay, let's count. We have no T's in the row so far, and we have 2 straights. So our straights in this row are done. Just updating my accounting spreadsheet, we have all of the T's, or sorry, all of the straights in this row. So we get no more straights. Let's see. Bell says this can't be a corner because, right. If this is a corner, we have the same issue. If this is a corner, it ends the row without putting our line there. So this continues like that. Now, I don't think I know for sure that this isn't a line. Could it be a T that went like that? Yeah, so if the T is all difference, it doesn't work. Because if it's all difference... Wait, this would be empty. Right. If the T is all difference, that doesn't work because this cell would have to be the empty and this cell would have to be the X, and those two contradict each other. So the T is all the same, and the same we know is T's. So it's a T full of T's. I'm sure that K and T greatly enjoyed that. Okay, and so as foretold, this keeps going because, again, I haven't put my line in the row yet, but also this can't be a straight line. So we do that, and so this can't be a corner yet either, because if this were a corner, I still haven't put it there. So this goes at least that far, and so we get all of that stuff. Okay, so these are done. Okay, and this is all the same, so that means these are part of all different ominoes. So this being an all different omino means I'm going to have to find an empty cell soon somehow. I bet this is going to be an F with the 4-way right there, but we'll see. This is not a straight line or a corner, just for the record. In fact, these are 3s or 4s by the row. This I know is a 3 for sure. Let's see. So if these two are in the same omino, then one is a 4-way. You mean this cell, Zombie Hunter? Oh, row 1, column 9, sorry. This is a T. I can mark that. And then this cell could be a T or a straight. Do I know that these two are in the same omino? Or is it possible that these two are in different ominoes? If these two are in different ominoes, then of course those two are in the same omino. Uh, I don't quite see how we force that those two are in the same omino. I do see that there's only two T's and no straights in this column, for what it's worth. And we've got one of the T's. Yeah, it certainly needs to be in the same omino as one of these. If it's in the same omino as that, that makes this a four-way. So yeah, if these two are in the same omino, that's a four-way, and we need to make sure we get to our empty cell. Okay. But if these two are in the same omino, it's definitely different from that omino. Is a weird deduction. But if these two are in the same omino, then they're a 3-4 pair, so that can't be in the omino. So then there's a line there in that universe. And so we're imagining that these two are in the same and these two are indifferent. So this is now getting bullied to either run over this way. This feels like we're doing something horrible. If these two are in the same and it tries to run this way, we run into a big issue where the two zeros here eat us alive. Because if these two are in the same, I can only possibly run one in that direction at most. Because I have empty left, but I need ones and twos and I can't get any in this row. So that would mean I'd have to take the F, but now I'm just toast, because as soon as I take the F, and I'm saying I'm not taking that cell, well, I'm surely not taking this cell, and I'm not taking that cell, so I'm just toast. So I think we've proven in a rather elaborate, probably unintended way that these two are in the same omino. But I think it's kind of a disaster, at least the way that we have done it. Uh, that sounds horrendous. I'm trying to figure out, is there an elegant way to say this that is not horrendous? Like, is the point just to say, do I know for sure this isn't part of the F? Because if this is part of the F, then definitely we know that's all part of the F. And that doesn't work for reasons that are, I suppose, clear. But it's not clear to me that just knowing it's not part of the F is a quick way to see that this has to join it. I mean, I can see it, but only in a rather complicated way, because basically this... So, okay, so here's, I think, the way to see this. This cell can't escape through the F, and it can't escape through the 3-4. So I think that's probably the way to say that sounds the least horrendous. So this cell has to escape basically through these cells in some way. But we still then have to argue it can't escape this way, because if it escapes this way, we've now run into this. So I still feel like this is pretty messy, but we can at least sort of firewall it into three not too messy arguments that we have to make. So in any event, these two are in the same omino, which means that this is not a three-way, so it's straight. Which means this isn't straight because we've got our only straight for the row. I don't know if that was intended, but this can't therefore be straight, so it has to come down. That is, I think, I think that's basically, yeah, the way to do it. Yeah, maybe if I said at most two in this row, maybe that would help me make it sound like the way Selena did. That might make it sound a little bit cleaner. Yet. Okay, so we can perhaps take this. Let's see, row 2, column 10 is empty. Ah, right, yeah. Could it be a T? How do I know it's not a T, Garion? Remember that it can enter the black cell. Uh, uh, and I don't think I know this is a 3-4 pair. Yet. Yeah, that gets me every time in these puzzles. Do I know this cell is also in this omino? I think I do. Because if this cell's not in the omino, then I would end up looking like that. And that doesn't work either. Right. So I think this cell so I think this cell also has to be in. Do we agree with that? Because I can only at most take one cell from row 2. And the only cell I can possibly take from row 2... Sorry, I could take 2 cells from row 2, but it would be these. And I can't take any cells from row 3. So yeah, I have to take this cell. There's no sort of weird you leave the world kind of thing. So this can't be a T or a straight. So this is a corner. And that means that this row is done with clues. Oh, sorry, except for, well, sorry. This row's just done because we've got our 4th corner. So these are both just empty by the power of Ubon. Okay, so this omino could assuredly take an empty from here, but it needs to take a 4-way from somewhere, and that 4-way could plausibly be here or here. Is there anywhere else this could take a 4-way? I don't think there's anywhere else this could take a 4-way. Can't take a 4-way there. And if I take a 4-way in row 3 somehow, then I don't have an empty anywhere, because that means I have to get to row 3 through a non-empty cell. So these are the 2 spots where this could take a 4-way, and both of them mean that that cell is not empty, if I did that correctly. And so that means that this needs to take an empty cell that doesn't touch the 4-way. So that means it always takes that cell. So we can stitch in that, and then it doesn't take that cell because it's only got one of each, which means that we can stitch this together. But this omino could be anything. It could be all the same omino or the other kind of omino. Let's see. So this is either an L or a Y, I guess, is the upshot of this. So these two or these two are in the same omino. I guess I should fill in as well. These are also 3s or 4s. Oops, sorry. Because, again, this row still doesn't have any 1s or 2s. Oh, and this one is just a 3. This one's just a 3 because it doesn't have any other shapes it can be. It can't be a 4. Is that the one that Selena was talking about? That very well could be the one that Selena was talking about. Is that row 2, column 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, Selena also spotted that this was a naked singly thing. Okay. I do know that this is a 0 or a 3. I'll mark it just because why not, but I don't know that it's immediately useful. What about this cell? This is, oh, this could be a corner. So yeah, that one's got a little bit more flexibility. I was hoping the zeros here were sort of immediately helpful, but I don't think so. I mean, I can certainly mark this entire column as 0, 1, 3, just so that I remember. And likewise, these are 0, 1, 2. This cell just is a 0 for what it's worth. This is a true 0. Because it doesn't have a thing next to it. That's true. These are different. And in all cases, these are different, right? Because we know that one of these two is the last of this. So we can draw some extra pentomino borders in. I think probably this is where I'm supposed to apply some meta knowledge about Fs that I probably don't have. I guess I should probably put a border here just to make clear that there really is an omino over here. Oh, I wrote 0, 1, 2, but I actually meant 0, 3, 4, kind of the opposite of that. Well, this one's certainly not, neither of these can be a 4. So these are either 0 or 3, I guess. And this one can be only a 0. This one actually just is 0, right? Because we know the thing below it is done. Yeah, so this one's also just empty. And so if that's just empty, that means this. So all of this is just empty, actually. I think we get just by sort of chasing the fact that we can only put zeros, threes, or fours over here. Do we agree with the fact that all of these are empty? Because that's definitely going to resolve this, as long as we believe that I didn't cheat at any point. So let's see. Zombie Hunter at least believes me. So this is certainly not a 4. So it's done as a 3. So that is in, and now that means that this is assuredly not taking that cell, which means it is taking this cell. So we can finish this omino, and it also means that this is a 4. So we can finish that, and then we can stitch. This cell in the F is in. I can draw some omino borders around here just for my sake. Let me actually draw omino borders around all the black cells if I can. While I am at it. Okay. Is there any way that fits in an F? Yes, that would fit in an F if I did my F like that. Okay, so this is a 4. It's a 3 or a 4. So, this can't be an L because it would be an L touching an L, for what it's worth. Oh, I missed that black. These two are certainly in the same omino. Let's do it that way. These two are assuredly in the same omino. Those two are assuredly in the same omino, so that makes this a samesies omino. So yeah, so this is a samesies omino. And this is a samesies omino as well. So that means got it. So this is a same domino and this is a same domino, but they can't be the same domino, is Garian's point. So they are separate samesies ominoes, which get separated by a not samesies omino here, which is going to grow. This is going to grow. Yes, they can't be the same samesies omino, which means this is a non-samesies omino. Sorry, this is a samesies omino, so I can mark it in the samesies omino color. This is a non-samesies omino, so it's already got its empty. So this is a not empty cell, and this is a not empty cell, which is also in this omino. This cell can be a 1 but not a 2, and it can be a 3. It can't be a 2 because this row is already full of 2s. Likewise, this cell actually has to connect that way because this cell... Oh, sorry, that's not true. Sorry. Don't listen to me. I'm trying to say the cell doesn't go into the black again for the 8 millionth time. But this cell doesn't go only down. Oh, well, this cell's a T, actually. I actually know this cell's a T because it's in an all-T omino. For whatever that is worth. This grows. Selena has told us that it grows and we probably know what shape it is because it can't be another L. So this is in fact a U. Very good. So these are all 0 or 3. So now I think the F is forced to look like this. Is that correct? Whenever I think an F is forced to do something, I just assume I'm wrong. Okay, Zombie Hunter agrees with my claim about the F looking like this. So the F is a... the F just barely doesn't touch... Oh, but the F touches this samesies omino. So the F is a non-samesies omino. So if this is non-samesies, then I probably should ask questions about it that would be relevant to a non-samesies omino. Although I don't have a lot of clues that directly point at this particular non-samesies omino. Also, it's a little terrifying that at some point I'm going to hit this 0 and then I'm going to get no more clues for the rest of the puzzle. As seems to be the fate that I'm slowly careening towards. Do I know for sure that the thing that this samesies omino is corners? Or is it vaguely possible that this somehow dodges having... I guess it could maybe all be 3 ways if it's different from this omino. The options for the straight in the F can't be there. So the straight in the F is in one of these 2. Okay, so if the straight in the F is in one of these 2, does that tell me anything? One of these is the 2. Because this can't go... Oh, sorry. This can't go only down. Yeah, this cell is doubly not straight. Let's see. if this is empty, that doesn't... Oh, sorry. If this is empty, does it work? If this is empty, then that's, of course, a three-way. That's a corner. That's a four-way. That doesn't work because if this is empty, it makes that also empty is the problem. Yeah, so this cell can't be empty because it's empty. It makes this empty because it's either a three-way or nothing, and it can't be a three-way anymore. And now there's no place to put a four-way because now there's an empty cell next to every cell, and four-ways don't have empty. So this is in. I don't know what it is, but it's in, which means that one of these two is empty. So we get a green X between them. Which means that neither of these is the four-way, which now means that the four-way is up here somewhere in one of these cells. Sure. Oh, this is huge. We've known this for a long time. Joel pointed out, I've marked that this cell is a 3. It's the only 3 in row 3, so I can yellow this to say I vaguely know where the 3 is. So in particular, that's definitely not a 3, and that's definitely not a 3. So that would have made this way easier. Thank you, Joel. So that's a nothing. This is a 3 that we know what it looks like. This is a corner, so it always goes down, at the very least, by virtue of being a corner. Yeah, right. This is an all different omino, so this now isn't a corner, and it's in. So this is 2, 3, or 4 by virtue of that. So, yeah, this is a 3 or a 4. Neither of these is a 4. Okay, so neither of these two is a 4. So one of these 3 is a 4, I guess. Let's see. These aren't three-ways. Oh, right. These are a 0-2 pair. What am I doing? Yeah, so one of these is a 2 and one of them is a 0. That's the point. These are a 0-2 pair. And so if those are a 0-2 pair, that makes these a 1-3-4 triple. Sorry, this is a 1-3 or a 4. I just don't know which. Well, this one's certainly not the 4 because it's next to an empty. And this isn't a 3. Neither of these is the 3, right? Neither of these is the 3 because we've already got all the 3s in this row. So these are a 1-4 pair, and that's the 3. Sorry, I'm slowing down in my brain. These are a 1-3 pair. And so if those are a 1-3 pair... Sorry, no, a 1-4 pair. These are a 1-4 pair. Which means they're definitely connected. And that one's not the 4, because that one's next to a thing. So this is the 4. Okay, this is a 1, and I know what it looks like now. Okay, and now that that 1 is done, I now know what the 2 looks like, because now this has to be the 2, and so it's done. And so now this is empty. Okay. There are no straights in this column, so this is not a straight. So therefore this turns that way, which makes this a 3-way. So this just is a 3-way. Row 3, column 7. Ah, yes, this is an all the same one, so we'll give it the all the same gray coloring. So things that touch a samesies omino can't be samesies ominos. Probably get rid of that now. Okay, so this is no longer a 3. This is either empty or it's a 1. I can, of course, stitch this down there. Oh, sorry, no, this is just empty. It is not an empty or a 1. It just is empty because it has 3 different directions it can't connect. So this is just empty. But this could be a samesies omino, so it could be all empty or whatever. Okay, somehow also I entered a 0 when I meant to enter a 3 here. This is a 1 or a 4. Just based on clues that are floating around. It is completely invisible. Yeah, the black cell can't be a T, so it's a 1 or a 4. Okay, so, right. This is a samesy one. That is what happens if you put white on top of black, which is, at least to me, invisible. Now, if you put white gray on top of black, that also doesn't seem to do anything. If I put white black here, it does show up that way, though, somehow. So I don't know why white behaves differently on black. So row 4, I'm being told the 4 ways are quite restricted, given that I can't put any of them in any of these cells or those cells. Aha, yes. There are only 2 spots, and it is quite easy to find them at this particular moment in time. Very good spotting to Selena. We can blue all of that. That is beautiful cluing. Okay, so now this is also a 3-way for what it is worth. This is a turn. This is an all same omino that assuredly does not have a 4-way in it because it's a samesies omino that has something in it that I don't know what it is, but I know it's not a 4. I guess I do know what it is. It's a corner because we've got all the 3s in the row. And it's certainly not a 2. So this is actually a samesies omino of corners. The samesies omino of corners must grow to take this cell and be done. Which means that this is also a corner. But I don't think I know whether this is like corner, 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 or if it is corner here, corner here. This 4-way is in an all different omino, so it cannot join that cell. This omino is also, this omino touches the samesies omino, so this is also an all different omino. So I can mark that this is a 1, 2, or 3. And yes, this is an N. Oh, this grows. Oh, and I can't make the L's touch, so this is an I, right? So this omino, which has those 4 cells in it, has to be an I because it already touches an L. Very good. So thank you, chat. Boop a doop a doop. Boop 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 boop. Boop a doop a doop. Okay, so we have successfully I'd. So we've got our 1, our 4, and our empty. So that makes these a 2, 3 pair. Of some description. if this doesn't take that cell, it becomes another N touching an N. So if these two cells don't connect, this is forced to become an N touching an N. So it always grabs that cell for what it is worth. And this is a one of each omino for what it is worth as well. Oops. One of each omino. If it doesn't grab that cell, I don't think it works. Yeah, if it doesn't... Oh, I guess it becomes an L exactly if it doesn't grab this cell. Oh, that doesn't work, but it's a little bit tricky to see. If this doesn't take this cell, then this gets pushed out like this, and this is now a region that has 4 things along the side, except it's an all difference region. Which means it can't stick entirely to the side because it needs to have a 4-way in it, so it'd have to come there, but now it's an L touching an L. So it's a little bit odd, but this has to take that cell as well. Yeah, so this all different region also takes that cell. So it takes either that cell or that cell. Man, I got the mic muted on the sneezing twice in one stream. That is an unprecedented success. Row 4's yellow, I'm being told, is done. I don't think I see how yet. I do know that this is a 3-way. The other row 4. Oh, this row 4. I've got, let's see, 2 3s here. Are you saying I know where the other 3 is? I must be missing a really obvious thing. Oh. Yes, I do. Very good. Yes, this cell is a T. Thank you. So I can yellow this. Got it. So yeah, there's my 3 T's. I don't know why my brain was completely missing this one. So therefore this isn't a 3, it's a 1, which just means it's done. And this isn't a 3, it's a 1, which just means it's done. Yellow means it's kind of done, but it's not completely filled in. And orange means it's completely done, as in there are, if it's a 3 of 4-way, or if it's a 3 of 3 ways, it means they're all the greens are filled in. But I'll use yellow sometimes. It hasn't come up in this puzzle, but I'll use yellow sometimes when I'll say, I know one of these 2 is a 3-way, but I don't know which one. And I'll just corner mark it, and then I'll yellow it to say I know where all the 3 ways are, roughly speaking. So basically yellow is a use caution when reading this thing. Row 4, column 9 is also a corner. Let's see. How big is this grid? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is also a corner. How about that? Cool. Done-ish. Yes, done-ish is a perfect way to say it. Okay, these also connect. Oh, and this is a non-samesies omino. because it touches the samesies omino, even though this samesies omino is not markable as being a samesies omino, but it's still a samesies omino. So this is a no samesies omino. So if I mark what this can be, well, it's certainly not a 5, but it's also not a 1 because this no samesies omino already has a 1, and it's not a 2 because this omino is in the column with this. So this is a 0, a 3, or a 4. Well, it's also not a 4 because it can't be a 4-way. So this is a 0 or a 3 actually only. I do already have one of the 2 3s in here. This row, I'm not as confident. I could change the color of the line within the samesies versus non-samesies regions, but that might be even more confusing. Okay. Oh, I could change the green to a different green. That's actually a good idea. So let's see. I like that. It's slightly horrendous, but we'll use this off mint for samesies. And we'll use this somewhat nicer green for different. Okay, so this is samesies, so it's off mint. This is samesies, so it's off mint. This is differenties. So we've got that. I mean, well, it's not really that offensive to colorblind people because before it just wasn't marked at all. So so we're only adding an additional information. So if you're following along this far, then I suppose it's probably not too bad. This one is differenties, which is that one. Yeah, sort of melon. Yeah, we'll do melon and off mint. And yeah, I guess because I know that this is off mint, I can use a blue that complements off mint, which is completely different from the blue that I use for other things. It's also true that Sven has put a lot of effort in the color palette and making it so that the things that are different colors are also different hues. So I think largely like the distinction is not is this green versus green, it's how light it is. Not that that's incredibly clear. Okay, I'm only going to mark the these when I absolutely have to. The blues when I have to, because I think that looks kind of horrible. But we can when necessary. The eye is one of each, though, so it can be given a melon. And this is assuredly a melon because it's touching an off mint sort of blue. Oh, can't distinguish green from orange. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, the I try as much as possible to avoid anything that might conceivably impact people. Like, I publish a lot of puzzles that are, here are 700 lines that are each a slightly different color, so those I try and publish a version where they're labeled. Although my favorite is that I do that, and then CTC does the version where I have not labeled the lines, and then I get a lot of flack in the comments for not having a colorblind friendly version. It's like, I swear I did. They just didn't do it. Okay. I mean, at least yellow peppers and orange peppers are really the same kind of pepper, just at different periods in the ripening. So it's probably not that much of a disaster if you do that. Okay, I've enjoyed this coloring exercise. We're now really creating a quilt here, is what I feel like. We need the uh, uh, we need the quilt person. I guess we have a couple quilting people, don't we? But yeah, the let's see. Yeah, the what is the name of the person who always posts the really beautiful quilts? Now I'm scrolling through here. There we go. ELSF. ELSF, of course, is the one who always posts the quilts in the channel that are very nice. We can have ELSF make a pentaminous Ubon quilt. Okay. So, in all of this filibustering, has anyone discovered anything? Let's see. I know that this isn't a corner. So here's an interesting observation. The eye can't go vertically unless it's an all the same omino, because there's no corners in this column. That seems like it'll be the kind of observation that'll be useful at some later date and time. Do I know if this is a corner or a four-way? The eye can't go vertically because it would make an eye. Yeah, so if the eye goes vertically, it assuredly can't go down that far, because it would create a trapped thing. So it would be like that, which would be a disaster, or like that, which would be a disaster. Uh, because both of them create, well, one of them creates an eye in column 1, and one of them creates a 6-cell pentomino in column 1. I don't know which of those is worse, but they're both quite bad. So we do know it goes horizontally, so we can do some Xing in this direction, and we can draw in some borders along the eye. I'm a little sad about the fact that we didn't get to use the 0 being relevant, but what can you do? So I guess that means the eye is not all the same in 4 ways. I can prove that. Let's see, can this pentomino be a Y? I don't see why it can't be an I. Is there some reason why this doesn't work? I would very much believe there's a reason why it can't work, but I don't know what it is. Let's see, no corners in this line is kind of interesting. It's interesting to note that like the eye is kind of getting pressure to be a different type rather than the same type by the fact that we know like this cell isn't a corner and this cell isn't a line, but it's not quite enough, I don't think. I haven't looked at the clues in this column even once during this entire puzzle, but I don't see any use to them immediately. But I will at least acknowledge that they exist, and hopefully that will make them feel better about themselves. Let's see, 4 crosses in this column, sure. I feel suddenly stuck after we were doing very well the whole time up until now, I feel like. Take a spoonful every time someone says samesies. We do have to have 4 total T's in this column for what it's worth. We've got 2 already. Can't really have anything else. Let's see. There's no straight lines here. There's no turns here. Yeah, we started engaging in ways that were perhaps more parasocial than puzzle oriented. Can row 4, column 1 form a U? Yeah, maybe this I is actually putting a little bit of pressure on what shape this does. So the U one seems somewhat natural. So maybe the easiest question, and I don't know if it will be easy or not, is does this have to grab that cell? Because if this is in a different cell, it's a cell that certainly goes down here, and we've got to have this grab that. Uh, 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 okay, so let's see. Garion says if this is a a U, then this thing has to be a samesies omino. Which I guess makes sense because actually wait, does it have to be a samesies omino? Why can't it be a one of each omino and I stick like the empty there? Oh, right, these are done. Sorry, my brain has mentally shifted to saying that these are sort of the lighter color rather than the greens. Yeah, the greens are done. Right. So yeah, so right. So yeah, I guess I could mark that this cell is either a 0 or a 1. And if it's a 0, then I guess that still doesn't tell me what kind of thing this is. Oh, this can't be an all corners thing. That's the point. This can't be an all corners. Oh, maybe it could be all corners if I somehow manage to put an empty into this column. I was thinking, oh, if it's an all corners, it can't enter column 2 at all. But that's not quite true because it could maybe be like a Y or something. This particular Y wouldn't work. It certainly couldn't take this if it was all corners. Yeah, maybe I can convince myself that that doesn't work just by like thinking about the options, but it's a little suspect, I think. But U definitely doesn't work. Is there any cell I can easily prove this omino has to take? So like if it doesn't take that, again, we're looking like this. And now if we are looking like this, we're a one of each omino where that's empty. This is a 3-way. And I guess that would have to be the straight. And that would have to be the 4-way, but I don't think that breaks. if it's all corners and takes row 6, column 2, then that's empty, which implies that's empty. Which implies that's empty. But then this is a corner. Right. Okay. So yeah. So the point is, yeah, if this is an all corners piece, then it's going to have to take something in column 2, and the only thing it could possibly take is that. Except now this is an all corners piece, so that's empty, which makes that empty, which makes that empty, which makes this a corner. There we go. Got it. And there's no corners in this column. So this is not an all empties piece. We can use our new palette and call this a one of each piece. Which means that this is, in fact, gray. The one of each kind of gray. And this is now... Well, this doesn't only go that way, so it always goes down, is the thing that makes Selena happy to hear. Yes, this can be awarded a color. True. Because it touches the off mint. Where is it getting a 4-way is a good question. So it's certainly not getting a 4-way anywhere over here. And it's not getting a 4-way there. So in terms of the zone of terror for this 4-way, we already know it's not taking that cell because that cell's not a 4-way. So that can't be a 4-way either. So I think that means it's getting its 4-way in one of these two cells only. Because it's not getting its 4-way in the eye. Why can't it get its 4-way here in row 6, column 3? But I think we concluded that one of these two is a 4-way, which at least tells us that these two are connected, and that this is in. And at least one of these two is a 4-way. Okay. Oh, and this cell, here's a good point. This cell is not in this pentomino. This would have made this much easier. This cell's not in the pentomino, because if it was in the pentomino, it would be either empty or a corner, and it's neither. So that would have made life way easier, because then that immediately lets me stitch this into here. And now we've previously noted we can't stitch to there. Okay, so this is way easier than we have previously made this. So now this is in the pentomino, and this isn't in the pentomino. And so now this pentomino just is a W. So that is good. One of these two is the straight for this, just by the fact that there are no straights in this column. And spoiler, it's not the one that already isn't a straight. So this is a straight, which now makes these a 3-4 pair to finish off this. Also, now this omino, we can continue a bit. And so the point from Josh is if this omino doesn't take this cell, it is a W touching a W. So it does take that cell, but now it has to take this cell because if... Oh, sorry, that's not true. But it certainly can't take that cell because if it took that cell, we would isolate a cell. So we can draw in a border there. Oh, no. Sorry, it can't take that cell because if it took that cell, it would be 6 cells in size because those two are stitched together. So we get a surprise F. Everyone's favorite kind of F question mark. I can also stitch these together, which actually finishes the I. And lets me stitch those together. Oh, yes, I can remove the stitches from both of these. I have to go back to the hospital to have the stitches removed later. Okay, one of these is a 4, which means one of these is in. Do I know that this isn't an all corners omino? I don't think I know that this isn't an all corners omino. If this omino does have a 4-way, it's in one of those two cells. Let's see. This cell at least surely isn't a corner. Let's see. If this omino is all different things, then these would have to be like a corner, an empty, and a straight, or something like that. See, I do know this cell is not a corner. Is kind of interesting. So but I could maybe do empty, empty, corner, corner. This is a corner or nothing. Maybe I should mark that. Just by the things next to it. Do you mean row 6, column 2? Row 2, column 6 is that cell, right? Oh, row 4, column 6. Row 4, column 6 seems to be an empty cell. Row 6, column 4 seems to be possibly interesting. Oh, you mean what got it. It's touching an F. Got it. Okay, so I see. So there we go. So these two join. Sorry, if these two join, then we're definitely taking that cell because it's touching an F. If these two don't join, then this goes this way and then this is joined. So these two are joined no matter what, is, I suppose, point number 1. Because if these join, then it joins that. And if these don't join, then this gets pushed out that way anyway. Let's see. Does it break if... yeah. Okay, so now, if these don't join, then this gets pushed out like this, which pushes it out like this, and it can't take these two because it would be a 6-omino and it would be a Z, but it's already touching a Z. So in fact, they must join, and we get a somewhat magical, unexpected T. Like hopefully all of the people who've been playing the Zeta tea drinking game have been enjoying. Speaking of magical tea. So we get that. So I wonder if we can repeat this trick. If these two join, then it can't be a T, and it can't be an F. So if these two join, it's a Y. And if these two don't join, then maybe it's not as clear what happens. At least not as clear to me. Okay, so if this is a one of each flavor, then these are a 2-4 pair. Can someone tell me why that's clearly impossible and I shouldn't even have to think about it? Let's see. I don't think it is clearly impossible to me, unfortunately. I do need to keep track of the fact that there's only one more T in this column. Okay, so if this is one of each... that just doesn't work. Okay, so this F, got it, Josh. Josh is Josh with the spot. If this F is one of each, it breaks immediately because this would be corner, nothing, and now this would wait. Now this would also be nothing. Oh, sorry, no. In the world where this is one of each, this would be corner, nothing, and then this would have no fill because it could be neither, only a corner or nothing, and could be neither. So this is not a one of each. This is an all corners thing. So that makes this off mint. We will fill in. Oops, sorry. Off mint. Thank you. Oh, somehow that deleted the border. Okay, so this is a corner. Okay, so this is a corner or a nothing. Yeah, so everything in here, I guess I can just mark for my sanity as a corner or a nothing. So now this is a one of each because it's touching a samesies. So yeah, so these are now these are a 2-4 pair, and I know which is the 2 and which is the 4 because that can't be a 4 because it would make this not a thing. So this is the 4. Boop, boop, boop. The 4 is done, and it's done in one of each color. Oops, wrong button. Which makes this a 2, and I know which 2 it is, actually. And it's done in one of each color. And now this is a 3, and this is a 1. To make that work. This is very cool setting. This is a corner, which means that it doesn't join there, which now tells me how my 3-4 pair resolves. Like that is in fact what happens. So those are in. These are both done. That is done because it's a corner, which means this is done because it's a corner, which means that's done. So we get all of our corners done in here. Boop, 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 like that. This is done, although I don't know what kind of done it is yet. This is in. These are done. Okay, I do know this isn't a corner, and I know this isn't straight for what it's worth. So if this is going to be all the same, those have to both be T's. Oh, it can't be all the same because it's touching one that's all the same, right? So it is one of each. And if it's one of each, that means one of these two is a 4. Thank you, thank you. Yes, it's touching that one, so one of these two is a 4. Oh, right, it won't let me sort of mark that. But one of those two is a 4, which means I can make that connection at least. And now I know this isn't a corner, so it's certainly a 3 or a 4, for whatever that is worth. Yes, this one is done. I am pointed out by Josh. So now both of these are done, in fact. So we can give them their proper color. This is done. Although I don't know what kind of done yet, I don't think. Just that it's done. Okay, we're now at 3 of the 4 T's in this column, just for the record. Okay, we do need a second. No, sorry, we need 2 more 4s in this row. Actually, is their location forced? Almost, right? These are the only 3 spots that can be 4 ways in this row, I think. So definitely there's a connection here because at least one of these is a 4-way. So these are both in. Oh, and these. Oh, sorry, no, that's not true. Sorry, never mind. I was going to say something silly. If these are both 4 ways, they're in different ominoes, but I don't. I think if I thought about it hard enough, I could maybe break that, but I probably don't know that I need to. It's being pointed out I need one of these two to be straight for this omino, and whichever one of them is straight, it guarantees me that there's a connection here, which makes this the official empty of this one of each omino. Which makes this the 1, seemingly. And seemingly makes this the 2, actually. So those are both done in this one of each omino. Okay, and so these are a 3-4 pair. For what that's worth. If this is out, then that's also out, is a thing that is true because of this 0. Uh, Row 5, column 9 seems restricted. 3, 6, 9. If this is empty, then I kill 2 four-ways, is what Selena is pointing out. Because if this is empty, then that can't be a four-way anymore, and that can't be a four-way anymore, and I need 2 more four-ways, and that would make me put both of them there. So this cell is, in fact, forced to T itself. Can mark that as an unspecified finished. This is an in progress. Row 4, column 9. Can it connect to row 5, column 7? So basically, can these be right? So yes, so these are different ominoes, because they're if they tried to join, it would be an omino that had all different things and 2 corners, which is not a good combination of things to have. Speaking of, I can actually give this its correct shade of green, because when I said I didn't know what kind of green it was, I actually did. So I can stitch there. Let's see. I'm just trying to see if this matters. Okay, so this is definitely also a one of each kind of omino, because I can't have all corners in it, given what it already has in it. Let's see. Zetamath out of context bucket. I am both fascinated and afraid. Let's see. So this got those 2. So this assuredly needs to get to. So I guess the thing I see is I can't do that with this. Oh, we've got both of our T's in column 9. Very good. So I should mark that everything else in this column is a 0, 1, or 4. That one's assuredly not a 4, at least. Because both of these are done. Okay, well, this one's not a 0. So, oops, sorry, not a 0. This is a 1 or a 4. Row 5, column 7's pentomino must go down again. Can it not be a W? Oh, it can't be a W, but for a disgusting reason. Because if this is a W, then this thing. Oh, maybe actually. No. Then this eventually breaks by virtue of the fact that it can't be an F or a Z, but only in the most horrifying possible way. Because once you hypothesize that this is a W, then you end up with problems. Oh, here is an easier proof from Jean that it would have no zeros. And the reason is because this would have to be the 0, and that would have to be the 4. So yeah, so it cannot be a W. Okay, thank goodness. Okay. I'm glad we did not have to do that. So therefore, if it doesn't take this, it breaks, is the point. So it does take this. Thank you very much for that save. So I did not have to like quadruple check that I was correct about the one thing. Okay, so if those 4 are there, it definitely can't take this cell because that would make it an F, and we don't want that. And so it could maybe be a U, or maybe be a Z, or maybe be an L. One of those. I wonder if I'm supposed to use the fact that I know there's one of the 2 four-ways here. It does still need an empty. I agree with that. Row 6, column 8 can't be a 4-way. That's true, because if this was a 4-way, it would put a second 4-way in this omino. And it can't be a 3-way either, actually, because if it was a 3-way... Oh, sorry, it could be a 3-way as long as it... as long as it was a 3-way that included that edge. Sorry. So this is a 1, 2, or 3. Okay. And so that has to be the 4-way, right? Because if I put the 4-way in either of the other 2 cells, the other 2 cells definitely connect to each other, and then I couldn't put an empty. So I think this has to be the 4-way, is the way to think about it. Right, do we agree with that? If I put the 4-way elsewhere, the other 2, no matter what, well, sorry, the last cell connects to this, and so if I don't put the 4-way there, then I'm putting the 4-way and blocking an empty. So that's the 4-way. I feel good about that. So there we go. Okay, so now this is not a 2. It is now a 1 or a 3. Oh, and it's not a 1 because I already have a 1. So it just is a 3. Okay, and so the things I have left are an empty and a 2. So this is an empty or a 2. Let's see. There's no chance I've used all my straight lines in this column, right? No, I have not. I don't think that immediately breaks if I try and do that, although it's weird. Row 5, column 9, and row 5, column 10, says Garion, are the same omino, or the row 5, column 9 omino will break touching an F or Z. Row 6, column 9. Row 6, column 9, row 6, column 10? Is that what we mean? Oh, row 5, column 9, and row 6, column 9. Sorry. These two are in the same omino, because if they're not, then we have this coming out over here. And then this sort of gives us an easier version of what we did earlier. If these two aren't in the same omino, then these 3 are. And then this one can't be, because if it was, then we'd be threatening an F or a Z. So this one would have to be. But now this is 3 cells in a Z that do not Z things. So yes, so I agree that we can stitch this into there. As a 1 or a 4. Oh, and not a 1, because it's in the same omino. So this is a 4. Very good. So this is done. And it's a 4. And this is done because it's a 3. And now this is a 0 or 2, which at least I see gives me an X down there. Because if it's a 2 going that way. And if it's a 0, then you just can't enter the cell at all. This cell... okay, so this cell now... Well, it's certainly in. Sorry, it's certainly in. I typed the wrong digit. Okay, so now this is in a different omino, because this is a 1 or a 4, and we've got the 1 and the 4 in this omino already. So we've got that. This is in. Okay, so this omino needs an empty, which is going to have to come in one of these 2 cells. Oh, it can't be that one. Right. So first of all, this cell can't be in this omino, because if this cell's in this omino, it can't get an empty omino at all. So this cell is in this omino, and it can't take that one. So we can stitch that down. Oh, thank you to Sergio for subscribing. We already knew these 3 were connected, Jim, from earlier. So I think we knew this wasn't going to be a U. And so I think now it has to be an N. Okay, and so that's the empty. Excellent. Well, I am happy to have a fellow puzzle enjoyer here. This has to be a straight now. I apologize that you have joined during the midst of maybe not the easiest puzzle to wrap your brains around for things. So now this is a Z. Ooh, Portuguese. Okay. We have a number of people from Brazil. Let's see. Okay, so this is in... One of these, do I know that one of these 2 has to be empty? I don't actually know. I don't think I know. No, I do know. Right. This has to be the, this has to be a one of each flavor, which means one of these is empty. So there's no crisscrossy there. I'll go ahead and mark. This is now assuredly a 1. So it does not connect down at the very least. Oh, in fact, it's a 1. I know which way it connects because it doesn't connect the one way, so it certainly connects the other, which makes those connect. So this is done. This is done, but it's not a member of this family. Because that one already has that, and this isn't a member of that family, so the actual last member of this pentomino is that one. So we get that. Oops. So we can kick out all of that, kick out all of that. Okay. This, I don't know if it's in one of each or in all the same. But if it's in all the same, then I need that to be empty. Sorry, no, if it's a one of each, I need this one to be empty. I mean, I guess I know this is never a 4. Oh, this row doesn't have any 1s in it. So this is empty. Who expected that there would be a clue there? So this is empty, which unfortunately doesn't tell me exactly what's happening yet, but hey, it's something. Greening row 6, column 10. Let's see, Gary and I'm told to remembered a thing from an hour ago. 6, column 10. Ah, yes, okay. This is done. Okay, places the four-way in row 5, right? Because I remember we knew that there was a second four-way in this row, and it's now not here, so it now is here, which assuredly makes this Z a one of each, because I can't make that also a four-way. So we can one of each color this Z. Okay, so one of these is empty. This cell is out. Because if this cell was in, it would be a corner now, and it can't be. So this cell is just straight up out. There seems to be a 2-3 pair here, and Selena is claiming I'm going to have a hard time adding lines to this to make it a 2. So therefore, this is going to be the 2. That's going to be the 3. I agree with that as well. I'm just going to finish this, Tristan. Unless it becomes a complete disaster, but I feel like we're almost done, right? I mean, we've literally got some pencil marks in the bottom half of the grid. How much longer could the puzzle be? Okay. This is either going to be this way or this way. I don't think I know which one yet. Let's see. Just a couple of hours away. I mean, we're barely 2 hours into the puzzle now, just a little more. Okay. Yes, now we're in the half with no clues. The plus in row 7. Right, I can mark that as orange. Okay, now I need an additional plus here. And so I know exactly one of these two is a plus. And I know that none of these cells are pluses. So one of these two is the plus for this, which means these are both in and connected. Which means that, and it's not in the Z shape even. Aha, yes. So I was going to say, so that's the empty, so this isn't the 4, so this is. But you actually noticed the Z shape already had a 4, so you could have done this in less circuity than I did it. Okay, so this is a 1 or a 3. This is also out, actually, because again, if it were in, it would be a corner, and there aren't any corners in this row. Yes, where's the straight in the Z? The straight in the Z had better be there, or it doesn't have one. So that makes these a 1-3 pair. So I'll write 3-4 pair in, because what could go wrong? These are all in. I have not marked. Yes, the row 4 U shape is finally done. When someone said we can finally do something with the U shape, I thought they meant that U shape, and I was a little bit afraid for a moment. Okay, so we get our off mint. And so now, because this had to be a 4, it also connects that way. And it can't connect down, so it also connects that way. So I can get rid of all of this stuff. Oops. Somehow I failed to mark that as off mint, or either that or I did, and then it went away. I can get rid of some of my stitching X's. Okay, so this is a 1, so it's done. So it can be colored appropriately. We can get rid of that. This is now a 1, so we know which way it goes, which is over there and over there. So now these are done, and they're mint. Oops, sorry, and they're mint. Okay. So we've got all of that. Okay, so if this joins down, then this is going to have to be a 1 or a 4 or a 0. Okay, so it's going to be any of the options. Oh, sorry, it's not a 4. This cell's never a 4. There's a 0 or a 1. So if this joins down, it's an all the same omino. So this is always an all the same omino. Because this either joins that way, in which case it's an all the same domino or omino, or it joins that way and it's an all the same omino. Because this is only able to be the two things. So this is always an off mint. We can go ahead and do that. Okay. The pluses can't be in the same omino. Oh, these two pluses can't be in the same omino unless it's a samesies omino, but it's definitely not. So I see. So this is green. I had not noted, so my brain wasn't really looking at it. But these two can't join, and this I've already marked like this, and so in fact that tells me I actually get a pentomino over here that looks like this, and this is a 1 of each pentomino. So there is no line here because one of these must be empty. Oh, and it has to be this one because as soon as one of these must be empty and I can't connect them, then that one, if this one wasn't empty, if this one wasn't empty, it would automatically make it impossible to place an empty. So that one is empty. So this one's not empty, and so it is the corner for this omino. Oops. So this isn't a 1 anymore. These are a 2, 3 pair now. So this, whether it's a 2 or a 3, always connects down. Oh, and also this one definitely isn't a 2. That would have been the easier spot for me to make, but I didn't. There you go. Remove some stitching. Okay, this 3, apparently I now know what it looks like. Which means I also know what this 2 looks like. So those are both done. Now this is a 1. And this is a 3, and I know what it looks like. And this is in. Okay. So, yeah, this row has 2 4-ways, and I more or less know where they are. Did I do something wrong? think that green is blue. Oh, yes, this green is blue. Thank you. Yes, it was a dead end. That was the whole plan. So this goes not only down, sorry, it goes not only in, not only right, because there's no corners, so it always goes that way, at the very least. I'm having a hard time imagining this is going to be in all four ways omino. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but maybe it's vaguely possible. I guess it's not because the U, right? Maybe I could do... No, that wouldn't work. Yeah, it would break the U, I think, if this was in all four ways omino. I don't know that I really want to use that, but it's there. 3 of the four ways in this column? Oh, sorry, there are 3 left, is what you're saying. So, because there's 4 total, and we so far only have 1. So we have to shove 3 four ways in these 4 cells, which means they're all in and they're all connected. Agree. Let's see. Am I anywhere close to the T count in this column? No, I've still got 3 T's to go in this column, although that's less immediately enticing. Let's see. This is out, then this is 1 of each. I mean, I kind of want this omino to come over here, but I don't think I know anything about it having to do that. Yeah, I know this is a 3 or a 4. Let's see. What happens if row 7, column 13, doesn't take the cell below it? So yeah, so if these two aren't connected, Zombie Hunter is saying, then we're going to end up coming around here, and then to avoid taking the U, we make a U, which doesn't work. Okay, so these always connect. I agree with that. Now, if these two don't connect, now this ends up being an N, which is maybe okay if that's a W or something. Okay, let's see. How many four ways do we have so far? We've got 1 four-way so far. So we still need 2 four ways happening in these cells, Selena points out. And we also need 2 straight lines in those cells. So actually, sorry, the straight line could go there. Oh, it breaks the U. So You're saying if I don't connect these, then it does eventually break. Can't I draw the U like that? What's wrong with that U? That was what I saw. So I was I was seeing that U looked possible, but maybe it's not. I do worry a little bit about the U in this area over here, because if this in this corner, we sort of run the risk of, like, if our U looks like this, we're going to make this real ugly. I don't think it's going to be impossible, but it's going to be tricky. Uh, uh, okay, so I think now I'm probably prepared to prove that this is not an all four ways omino. Because if this is an all four ways omino, it definitely takes at least these cells. And keep in mind that in an all four ways omino, every cell in the omino is a four way. There are no empties. But now this U is a disaster. Because we've got something coming over down here. The all four ways omino certainly can't take any of those. And so then that becomes a U that has that shape in it, which is not great. So this is a one of each omino, as I was not quite prepared to use before, but am prepared to use now. So this is not a four-way, and it's not a corner. So this is a 2 or a 3. So this is a straight line or a 3. For what it is worth. Oh, this omino can't take that cell. That's the thing I'm supposed to notice. Because if this omino takes this cell, it's forced to be a P. That's the key. So that's got to be the thing. So now this cell is assuredly in the same omino as that cell, which is assuredly not in a U shape with this cell, right? So this thing, so I think actually the N universe is what's actually going to happen, because now these are all together, and so that sneaks off over there. And now this is assuredly together with that. Okay, and so now, yeah, this can take that cell. So these are a 2-3 pair, is what Selena is pointing out, because this cell can also only be a 2 or a 3. But that means that the remaining cell in here, the remaining cells here are an empty and a 1. Sure. That sounds true to me. Oh, this needs one more cell, because even at absolute most... Oh, sorry. Could this take this cell? Maybe? I thought like this was going to do it right away, but it did not, in fact, do it right away. This being a V doesn't work, at the very least. If this is a V... Oh, maybe that does work, because I don't think this is an... I think this L doesn't... ends up just barely not touching an L. Oh, somehow I thought this ended up being a W before. Oh, sorry, it's this W, right. If this grabs this cell, this is Zombie Hunter's point. If this grabs this cell, now I end up grabbing... Oh, no, sorry, that doesn't work. If this grabs this cell, it's an N, which is maybe okay. Could make this an F, say. Could be that W, right? And I think this is the W we had before that we sort of didn't like, but sort of liked, where the U ends up looking like that. But I don't see anything wrong with the world where this is an N and this is a bunch of things. Yeah, the NFU version. Maybe what's true is the U can't take this cell. But I can't quite see how that breaks if it does. Let's see. You were afraid you'd miss the rest of the puzzle if you want to pick up your pizza? Fear not, Matt Laffey. Fear not. Is there any way I can do anything coherent with this? I don't think so. Yeah, somehow today was an all K&T day. Imagine that. God, this... as soon as I saw the, oh, you could draw in this border because of the P, I thought that was going to immediately resolve all of this world, but it does not quite seem to resolve all of this world. Could be a multi-meal puzzle. I wonder if I'm supposed to say something smart about the W and the four ways. It's like, maybe the W is going to turn out to be a W that's all four ways or something. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This still needs 5 T's. Oh, wow. It still needs 5 T's and it has 3 T's. So, or sorry, it has 2 T's. So it needs 3 more T's. That is true. This is assuredly a 0, 2, or 3. The 2, 3 pair is done. Right. Yeah, the 2, 3 pair is done and has been for a long time, because if I make this the 3, then this definitely isn't a 2. So that's the 2. That's the 3. This is done. And this is, yeah, who knows how long that's been there. Basically forever, probably. That is done. Okay, this is in. Okay, well, now this is in as well. So now this is a 2 or a 3. Oh, well, it's not a 2, so now this is a 3. Okay, so now that actually does a lot, because that makes this a 3. Which makes that a 3, so it does not join this omino. So this is now an all 3 omino with our friend the off mint. Was not expecting a surprise off mint omino. So this is also therefore a 3-way by the power of off mint. This is also a 3-way by the power of off mint. Okay, this is in. Sorry, wrong color. To make sure that two Z's don't touch. Which will happen if this doesn't take this cell. Right. If this doesn't take this cell, it takes that cell, and now it can't take a second gray, so it takes that cell and becomes a Z touching a Z. So this always takes this cell. Sorry, oops, wrong color, X. Got to keep our stitching correct. So this is a 1, which means it definitely doesn't connect down. And now the last cell we need is a gray. It is 7:30 here, so I'm still a little ways away from bedtime, but I'll go there eventually. So we either get our last gray here, or we get our last gray here. But that does finish the N, thank goodness. Okay, so the N is finished, and so that does finish the U as well. So the U is the cursed U that was foretold or unforetold by chat, I suppose. Oops, I drew a random... No, sorry, that random X is actually a real X. So now this is a one of each U. We have to keep in mind, not a... not the other kind of U. This I know is a 0 or a 3. I'm just going to throw out there for myself. Don't immediately see if there's a problem with it being a 0. Yeah, this is an F or a W. 4-way in U, 2 places? I didn't immediately see why it couldn't be any... Oh, it can't be that place because of the X, right? One of these two, right? One of these two is a 4-way, so these are always connected. One of them is a 4. I can give them a light blue hue. Good. That 4 sees left, so wait, no, that's not this puzzle. So the empty is either here or here. Yeah, okay. So yeah, so if the empty is here, this isn't empty. If the empty is here, then that's the 4-way and this isn't empty. So Garion points out this is never empty. So that is a 3. Let's see. Uh, left four-way plus right empty breaks the straight. Right. So, yes. So, uh, correct. So if this is the four-way, that's the empty, and if this is the four-way, that's the empty, and now there's no place for a straight, right? Uh, so this is the four-way. Very good. That is in, and now that's empty. So I know which three-way this three-way is. So these are both now done. Which lets me finish this one. So it's done. If this is a corner, this is also a corner, so it doesn't work. So this can't be a corner, so that's got to be the T. So that is done. And now we've got that. So now this can't be a three-way, so it's done. And now this is a straight, so it's done. This is now in, and so that now forces the shape of this, has been pointed out. So now this is an F. I forget, who was it that was really excited by F pentominoes last time? It was AFK, right? AFK. AFK would love this puzzle. Okay, I probably don't need the green X there anymore either. Okay, so now we recount the fours in this column. Selena encourages us to do. So we still need three more. And now those two can't be four ways. And so now the four ways can literally only be in these cells. So all of those are done. All of those are in. Is that true? Could I make the W something like that? Anyway, that's done. We do still need three more T's in this column for whatever limited amount I can get out of that. Can this Amino not take that cell now, or is it going to end up being forced to be the same shape as something else? Because it would take those, and then it could not be an N, so it would end up being a W. But that W might be just far enough away from that W. Oh, Garion found the thing I was looking for, saying that if these two are in different if these two are in different aminos, that's the thing I was looking for. I kept trying, but I couldn't figure it out. If these two are in different aminos, then this is forced to be a U touching a U. So these two are in fact stitched into the same amino. Those weren't the cells? It's true though, right? Let's see. Okay, Garion was saying oh, these two cells, Garion was saying, I bet. I haven't counted, but I'm going to guess it was these two, which is much more useful. If these two are in different ominoes, then you definitely get a U touching a U. So these two are in the same omino, and that omino is not the W omino. That seems very helpful. Probably means we're going to get a V. Yeah, so if these two now aren't in the same omino, then I get a... Oh, maybe not. Maybe that's okay. Maybe I get an N. That's fine. It's true down 2 rows as well. Yeah, if these two are in different ominoes, then again I get a U. So yeah, so we get that point lots of places. So I'm quite likely to get a V of some sort. Still need 2 corners in the last column. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Okay, so yeah, so we've only got 4 of our corners so far. So yeah, so there's 2 corners down here. So this is definitely in. If this cell was out, we would get 0 more corners. Now, does it have to be samesies? I haven't quite wrapped myself around this, or my brain around this piece yet, and what its implications are. The fact that I can do anything with this cell makes it feel fairly freeing, but maybe it's not actually. Let's see, 5. Yeah, the W assuredly doesn't do... Oh, maybe it could actually do that with a V and an L. Sorry, maybe that's actually possible. It's no longer a V? From the corners in the shape? Could I do this and just have 2 corners there, 2 corners there, and an empty cell there? That looks okay to me. Row 12, column 12. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Doesn't go to the end. I don't know what that means. Oh, like you're trying to say this V doesn't work? I still don't think I see why it doesn't work. It does sort of feel like I'm supposed to prove that this W is an all fours W, but I don't see how I could prove that yet. It feels like maybe I almost have enough to contemplate what happens with this, but I don't think I quite do yet. It's probably worth noting this cell I know is either empty or it's a 3 or a 4. Uh, uh, I'm wondering if we're looking at completely not the part of the grid that we're supposed to. Uh, uh, because this feels really close. There is an F here. I have not, I admit, contemplated this F even a little bit. It does feel like there's a lot of options for it, though, as it currently stands. It's possible that this is quite restrictive, though. Okay, there are still 2 more X's in this column. Which I believe Selena previously described as more restricted than it looks. Cross in row 7, 1, 2, 3, row 6, 7. Yeah, the remaining cross in row 7 is in one of those 2 cells. I agree with that. By the way, both of these yellows can be upgraded to orange. I do know that whichever one of these gets poked into, it makes something that is a 3 or a 4 in this row, because there aren't any corners in this row, which feels like the sort of thing that I am supposed to think about. Let's see. Here we need 4 total T's. We've got 3 of them. So there's only one more T in this whole column. If that sparks anything in anyone's mind. Let's see. Okay, here's a thought. There's got to be at least one gray cell down here. Because these can't both, they're sort of 2 omnos reflected down here, and they can't both be samesies, because you can't have 2 samesies omnos touching. And there's no way that actually, I'm saying there's no way. Maybe it turns out that there actually is, in fact, a way that I could get the empty cell, like make this the non-samesies omino, make this omino a samesies omino, and then have the empty cell like over here somewhere where it doesn't matter. That is maybe possible. Uh, is there any smart thing I can say about the W? Let's see. So if the W does take any force, then it's going to be all 4s all the way. So what if the W doesn't do that? Then there are 2 options for the W to not be all 4s. That's one of them. And that one strands a non-multiple of 5 number of cells. And so the only way that the W is not samesies is if the W looks exactly like that. And now in this universe, these would be a 0-1 pair. And these would be a 2-3 pair. I don't see any reason why that doesn't work. Let's see. Playmaker says with row 12, column 14, and row 13, column 14, these two, there is another case. Oh no. Sneaky additional cases. Like the W certainly doesn't do that, for example. Is it that this cell has to be in the W? Is that what I'm supposed to say? Because if this cell isn't in the W, I think my two options for the W both... Oh, sorry. No, that's not true. Sorry. I miscalculated. That option still works. It was... Oh, I was attempting an option for the W that doesn't even include the W. So that doesn't work. So... Oh. This doesn't work? Oh, yeah, this doesn't work. Yeah. This does result... This makes the W a samesies and makes it assuredly touch this samesies. So, yeah, so if these two aren't both in the W, then the W is forced to either do that, which breaks mod 5, or do that, which breaks samesies touch samesies. So the W does include that cell. And so now... see, does that work? No, right? That's still not a multiple of 5. So... yeah, right. There's no 3-cell lines inside a W pentomino. Hooray. If that's in, then it looks like that. If that's in, well, we know it certainly doesn't look like... Yeah, so one of these two is in the W. Yeah, I guess I've still got a few options to contemplate, some of which assuredly break. Let's see. What's in the omino above that? That strands 3 cells? Oh, right. Okay, that does strand 3 cells. Yeah, so this cell now gets stranded if I try and do that, right? Because now... Yeah, I don't think that works. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think this works with this stuff up here, because I can't do that. Yeah, yeah, this shape is not possible. What? That's a W, right? I'm confused as to what people are saying. This looks like it doesn't work to me. Uh, uh, oh, right. We already proved it goes left. Right. Doi. Uh, yes. Thank you. Yes. Okay. And so this way, works plenty. It looks like. Oh, it maybe makes an F touching an F if I do this. So I think this is forced to be a P. I think it makes an F touching an F if I do that. So if the W doesn't go down, then the W does do that, right? So the W does connect down, right? Do we agree? Is that the finally the point here is that this W does this? And I would make F's touching F's. So now it is a samesies W? No? Apparently I'm wrong. No? Everyone in chat says no. There's another case. Oh, the W just doesn't go up to row. Is what I just proved the W doesn't take that cell? Oh, no, I didn't even prove that. Because the W could go back here. But did I prove it's at least a same W? Because now I think we now actually know that both of the ways of making the W not a samesies W are broken, right? Because I think that's the two ways of making a non-samesies W. So the W is samesies. Okay, so we can at least do that. Which I think is going to be big because it makes that also a four-way. So this is also a samesies four-way. So this is in. Oops, sorry, and it is a 1 or a 4. Again, I guess we've got a couple options involving that and that. Row 12, column 12 is now that cell. So what was the point? Do still need 5 T's in this column. Oh, right. Now this is not samesies, right? Now this is right. Now this is not samesies because it definitely touches a samesies. So they're not both corners. Okay, I agree with that. So yeah, the universe where this winds, the universe where these two are in different ominoes now breaks, right? Because the universe where these are in two different ominoes forces a V that looks like that includes two corners. Okay, so that extends our X a little bit over to here. I believe. Now, it assuredly can't join these two because that would be a U touching a U with all kinds of other problems. I don't think so, but we've definitely proven that there's a border here. And I can't go all the way here either. So I can't go all the way that way. So I need to go at least one further in this direction. But I do have to go here because I need an empty cell, and there's only one place I can get it, which is there. So now that cell is empty. And we get all of that, which now forces this to be an L. Yes, this is progress. Now this is a corner because it is thing, which actually makes this a samesies. Because those are both corners. Which means that this is also a corner by samesiesness. Oops, sorry. Which means this is also a corner by samesiesness. Okay, so this, yeah, this is a tiny loop, so this certainly grows, but I don't know how much it grows by. I know this is a 1. So this W is either going to do this or that. And I think that's the one we said it doesn't do, right? Oh, sorry. I think I'm wrong. I think I'm still saying things about the W that are wrong. 14 column 11, also a 1. Yeah. Okay, and so that's a 4. Oh, I can at least make this the right color. So these are a 1, 2, 3 triple. And I don't think I know anything about this 1, 2, 3 triple. Right. The W can't go down to row 14 in any universe. Cell in the last row. I already have a 1 there. Shouldn't row 14... Oh, this should be 0. This shouldn't be 1, 2, 3 at all. I just highlighted it for no reason. Okay, so the W has to go up at least 1 row because it can't touch the last... Oh, no, it could touch the last row. It can absolutely touch the last row. Oh, but that would isolate a cell. That's correct. So we could do that. I think that's the thing we can't do. I really don't know if we've actually exhausted all the options for the W. I have no idea how to do that, I'll be honest. Let's see. Like, this certainly has to connect to things, but do that. Well, I agree the upcase doesn't work, but I just am afraid I'm missing a case on the W, because there's like 3 different versions of down, so there's probably 3 different versions of up, and I'm just not drawing them correctly. Is this really the only W that goes up? Because this W, I agree, makes an F touch an F. On the bright side, here's the good news. This is a KNT puzzle, which has become excruciating torture, which means it's almost over. Because this is just how KNT's puzzles go at the end. Yeah, must take the cell to the left. So, okay, so are we really saying this is the only possible W? I think that might be the only possible W, maybe, possibly. If chat agrees, I will believe it. Okay. Chat agrees, so I can mint this. Okay. Well, at least one member of chat is saying that. KNT puzzles are great. KNT endings of puzzles, usually not great. So this is also a 4, because everything inside this has to be a 4. And so these are all in. And I can stitch these together into an N. And so this has to be a 1 of each. Down here. I think it's just that Canty really worries about their puzzles getting too easy at the end and doesn't want to accidentally break any of the deductions, and so usually makes the very end very minimally clued. Like aggressively minimally clued. I think it's just a style choice. I have done 5 KNT puzzles in the past 2 streams, so clearly I like the net effect of this. Okay, the N needs a 4 without eliminating the ability of the blank, right? So the 4 can't be on the border, so the 4 has to go there. Because this has to be 1 of each. And so that's the blank. And so that is a corner and is done. Over here. We have stitched those together. Let's see. Straight. Yeah, so this is the straight. Okay, and one of these is a 1 and one of them's a 3, and we know which one it is because this is a corner. So that makes that a 3, makes that a corner. So all of these are done. These 2 are done as a non-samesies. This is done as a samesies. Therefore, this is gray because that one's done. So this one doesn't have any options. So now when I look at this, if this is a 3, then there are no 2s in this omino, so that's not a 3. Samesies can have gray. Samesies can have gray. Look at our samesies at the very beginning. Oh, right, sorry. They don't get to have that kind of gray. They get to have the other kind of gray. They get to have dark gray. You're right, you're right. Okay, so one of these 2 is a 3 and connects into there. So 1 or a 2. I mean, that just makes the quilt look better, right, Matt Laffey? Okay. This column still needs 2 more T's, and there aren't that many cells left to get the 2 more T's. They are in these 3 cells alone. Okay. So Selena's point is if this is a 2, it's a problem because it makes these a 1, 3, and so they both poke into my 2, and my 2 isn't a 2 anymore. So this is definitely a 1, And so these are a 2, 3. And the 2 and the 3 share that they both do that. And the 1 now isn't a 1 if it goes that way. So we can mark that as done. So we get all of that. Okay, so we got that all done. We can remove some extra stitches. Okay. So we do still need to have 2 total 3s in these 3 cells. Uh, 1 total T in all of these cells. Not trap column 11. Are you saying these two go together? Or that these two don't go together? Or I'm not quite sure what you're saying. Let's see. Oh, the last 2 3s need to be in different ominoes because there's a samesies omino here and a samesies omino here. So there's no way to fit a non-samesies omino in here. Okay, that's a good point. So yeah, so the ominoes with the 2 remaining 3s are different. There's no way I'm lucky enough that like this omino can't take the F, right? Like it looks to me like that's probably fine. I guess it's not actually fine if I do that. But I really don't want to try and force possibilities for an F. That sounds like well beyond my present brain power. This is in. I can mark that. Let's see. Blue row 10, column 10. Because if you don't, you lose 2 possibilities for the 3. Right, because if this isn't in, then this isn't a 3 and that's not a 3, and now I have to put 2 3s there. Okay, yes, I agree. Let's see. What else have we? Let's see. Am I supposed to say something like, if this doesn't take this cell, then what can it be? I don't know. That's probably okay. Row 11, column 10 is always a T. Otherwise, the 2 T's would block the same omino above them. So yeah, so if this isn't a T, both of these are T's. There needs to be a divide between them. And that doesn't let this come down into it because this can't take a T. So this comes through here. So this grows out and then it breaks, right. So it breaks in a very complicated way. But if these are both T's, this can't have either of them. And so it grows down like that, and now my 1t can't possibly get to 3 cells. So those aren't both t's, so this is always a t. Agree. Let's see, the F can't take all of these because it will create a none multiple of 5 number of cells. If this is in, one of these two is a 4. I don't know if that's helpful. Row 10, column 10, and row 10, column 11, these two. Yeah, if I separate these two, then I'm forced to have this one go up here, and then this assuredly breaks because I either take that, in which case I completely kill this, or I take this, and then I join that, but now it's the wrong number of cells. So it's these two, I think, that we just said have to be connected. And so this connects to one, but not both of them, because if it connected to both of them, it would be a W. So this either connects up like that or down like that. Do we have any idea which one it would be? Yes. Okay. So yeah. So if this isn't the F, then it assuredly comes up here. I'm trying to figure this out. Okay, so if this takes over here, okay, if this takes over here, this is definitely connected to the F, because otherwise I make the, oh, maybe not. No, I could do something like that and let the F run out over here, right? I'm trying to understand if this doesn't take that, then it's definitely an F. So it would always take those cells. If this doesn't take the F, it would always take these 3. If it took that one, it would break because I'd leave a not multiple of 5 number of cells. So it couldn't take that. It couldn't take these. It could take that. And it still can't take that cell because it would leave a not multiple of 5 number of things. So it couldn't take that, right? So it would always end up taking that. And that does seem to break the F. Okay, so I think in what I would say is quite arduous, I agree that this is definitely part of the F. Although, dear Lord. Okay, so what does that do? I think it proves that this is part of the F, because if this is not part of the F, then my F breaks, right? So I think there's 2 versions of the F, but both of them involve this cell, I think. So I think it's either that or it's that are the 2 options. Does someone wish to fact check that claim? Oh, I could draw in one more border, which is that one. Okay, so we can ask our usual questions like, where is the straight line in here? Where is the four-way? Where is the empty cell? I think if this is empty, I think it breaks. Because if this is empty, then I immediately make it impossible. Oh no. Sorry, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it could be empty. If this is a 4, it definitely breaks. I agree with that. Because if this is a 4, it makes that also a 4. And this is not a samesies. This is a differenties. So this is assuredly a 0 or a 1. This I don't even know that this is in. If this is a 4, assuredly it breaks. And if this is empty, assuredly it breaks, right? If this is empty, then... Oh, maybe not. If this is empty, I can just put the four-way there and put the straight somewhere else. Right. One of these is definitely a 1 because they can't be a 0-4 pair. I agree with that. So this cell is definitely not a 1. This could maybe be an N with another W above it, right? This doesn't touch any N's. Or it could be a P. I'm trying to see if there's any cells I can prove that this has to take. And I think, unfortunately, there are no cells that this always takes. I do know that these are different, for what it's worth. The second three-way. Oh, this three-way? Right. We said that these, we have 2 three-ways in here. I'd forgotten about this, right? But Selena has a good memory. There's 2 three-ways in here. If I make this three-way not part of the F, then I have to shove 2 different ominoes in here that can take 1 three-way each, and that breaks horribly. So we can actually finish the F. And if that's true, now this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that stitches these together like that. And now we've got those 2 cases that I outlined before, actually. This is now toast, by the way. Okay. So I think it's like that, and... Oh, that doesn't work. This can't be a P pentomino anymore, for what it's worth. But I think we can do N or Y and P. Yeah, I think there's a couple... I think there's a couple options, unfortunately. Oh, I do know one of these 2 is a 3. For whatever good that does. Whatever is in here is a 0 or a 1. So if this continues, these are both 0, 1s. If this continues over like that, then these are both 0, 1s. But this omino is a 1 of each kind of omino. Uh, that's a good question. None of those cells can be four ways. That one can't be a four way. That one can't be a four way. So the four way here that is in one of these two cells, which means that these are both in, so that's not out. One of these is a four, so they're definitely connected. That is true. Yeah, I think those are the two options as well. Uh, uh, let's see. Have we learned anything new about life, the universe, or everything over here? I know this cell isn't a 3. Is that powerful? Uh, do I know that one of these can't be a 0? That would be good. Uh, uh, the 0, 1, and the 1, 4 in that column are joined. One, two, three. Yeah, we've got. There's a fourth one there, and then one of these two is a 3. Uh, let's see. João says row 10, column 9 can't be the four way or it breaks the F. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Column 9. If that's the four way, it makes this the empty. Which makes that a 1. Makes that a 4. What breaks? I don't see it. The 1. That's a 1. That's a 4. Puts a 1. Oh, right. Okay, yes. Okay, I see it, yes. So that being a 4 forces that to be a 1, which forces that to be a 4, and now there's just a vertical line through it, which doesn't work. Got it. Okay. So this is not the 4. This is the 4. Oops. So this we can color. This is a 1. So we know it doesn't extend that way. This is a 3. So we can mark it as in and center mark it with a 3. Oh, and the 3 is done, actually, because it has to be a 3, and so there's only one shape the 3 can have. So we've got that. So now these cells, this is certainly not part of the samesies omino because it's got a 3 in it. So now these are part of the one of each omino just by connectivity. So these are part of the one of each omino, and now the one of each omino still needs a other thing, so it's that one. It still needs an empty cell, so it's that one. This is, of course, a thing. Sorry, that's the wrong color of a thing. So this is a 1 for sure. That's a 1 for sure. this is done. So we can mark that. Okay. Sorry, both of these are ones, is what I should say. This one I know what it is, which then tells me what the other one is. This is assuredly a 0 or a 1. Right. That can't be a 4-way anymore. That only tells me one of these two is a 4-way, right? AFK, you'd be very happy with how many Fs there are in this puzzle, by the way. I can get rid of that green X. Something about a 4-way? I don't know. Row 8, column 9. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Column 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right. So that's not a 4-way because it would rule out all the empties, right? And that's not a 4-way because it would connect to something that's not. So the only place that's a 4-way is this one. Got it. Yes. Okay, so that is a 4-way and is done. And so this is now a 1 and is done. This is now not empty. And so this is the empty. And so this is a straight, hopefully. And now this is forced to be a straight because it can't connect up or down. This is blue. The 5 is done. Thank you. This is now empty because of the grays above and below it. So we can do that. Okay. There's one more 4-way in this column. And it's not there, or there. So the one more 4-way in this column is in one of these two cells, which means these are always connected, right? So this is either a 3 or a 4. I do need 2 straights in this column, and I currently have 0. Yeah, so 2 of these 3 are straights. So that assuredly makes... And the 2 of the straights are vertical, so that puts a vertical line like this, right? In order to possibly get 2 of 3 straights in there. Oh, is that true? Sorry, maybe that's not true. Maybe I don't need... Maybe I could have that be a straight and that be... No, I think that's true. I think it's true. I don't know that this is a straight, though, but I do know that. This is not a corner, so it at least goes up, which finishes that this is a T. Oh, sorry, I don't know what color T it is, do I? I don't think I do. This is just a generic T. So I don't know if this is an all T all the time. Well, that's the last T for the column, actually, so I do know. Because now I'm done with T's for the column. And so that makes this a straight and this a straight, because they can't be t's. Did I break the puzzle? I think I broke the puzzle. What did I fuck up? Oh, there's no clue about t's in this column. Right. Okay, that's the point. So that's green, but I have no limitation on t's. Got it. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, the column clue is about fours. So all I know is that one of those two is a four-way. So if it goes down 3, it certainly can't go down more than 3. I think it could be like P or V, something like that. I can mark all of these as 2 or 3. Well, those two as 2 or 3. That broke. Why? Oh, because I can't connect all of these because then I would have too many 3s, right? If I have all of these connected, then what has to be the case is that this is a samesies omino, but it can't be a samesies of t, because that would not leave me my 2 straights in the column. So I agree. So it was complicated for me to see, but I agree these can't actually join, which means that these join. Say 0 or a 3. Okay, so if this is a 3, then this is a samesies omino of 3s, which would force both of these to be 2s, which looks totally fine. If this is a 2, then this is a 1 of each omino, and then that would be an empty. And I would have to dream up a 4 somewhere, which I guess would have to be here. I don't think that's a problem immediately. Oh, it is a problem. It is a problem. Because I need to place both 4 and 1, and I can't place both 1 and 4. So if this omino wants to have both 1 and 4 in it, sorry, 1 and 4 and 0 in it. Okay, so if this is a different omino, then that's a 0. And so where are my 1 and 4? That can be neither 1 nor 4, so it wouldn't be there. So it would be there and there. Can these really be a 1-4 pair? I guess so. Like that, maybe. Crap. That is a real shame. Okay, here's an easier point. If this is a 3, then this is not a 3. And it's not a 1 either. So if this is a samesies omino, it doesn't include that cell because of the column clue and because of the fact that we only have one T left. If this is a samesies omino, it keeps going like that. And then this becomes a 3, or it becomes a 3. Yeah. I don't think that does anything. Why couldn't it just be a Z? The Z breaks the other shape to the right. Because as soon as this is samesies, this needs to be different. Oh, samesies just breaks immediately then, I think. Because if this is samesies, neither of these things is a 2. And so then how am I getting 2 2s in this column? I guess I would need to put a break here between these two. And that assuredly would cause an L touching an L, although that's kind of a catastrophe. Like, that is a really long look ahead the way I'm seeing it, but it doesn't work. If this is samesies, then the 2s need to be in different ominoes, which puts a divide here, which forces this out under here, which makes this an L, which does not work. I was trying to see if there's a nicer way to do that, but maybe I should think about dinner. So instead of doing that, I will think about eating someday, and just accept that this can't be samesies. Is, I think, what the upshot of all of this is, that this is distinct, which means that this is which means that this is a 2, so it's done already. And this is a 0. Like that. Now this, oh, sorry, I was going to say this isn't a 3, but that's not true. So we now need a 1 and a 4, and this cell can be neither. So that goes there. So this is in, and so it is a 1 for sure. And it's, again, certainly not that cell. And so that makes this a W. Lets me stitch that. Makes this the 4. So we can go ahead and note that. And this 1 we can now finish. So that is done. Now this is a 2. Sorry, I don't know what kind of omino. No, I do know what kind of omino this is, because this is already definitely touching a samesies omino. I wonder if I should have noticed that if this took that cell, it was the same. I don't know. Okay, so I can stitch these 2 together and these 2 together. So this is a non-samesies omino. So this cell is not a straight, so it doesn't go only down. It definitely connects over to there. So this is a 1 or a 3. This is also a 1 or a 3. I've got my 2 2s in the column, so that's done. And yeah, one of these 2 is a 4. These are both blue. Okay. So, if this took the one below, then it would have to be an L, but I don't think it touches an L, so I think that would be okay. Because it couldn't be a Y. It does touch a Y. This would have to be the 4-way in that universe. This would have to be the empty. Let's see. Zombie Hunter asks if this can really be a 4. Not if it's connected to the thing below it. But I think it could be a 4 with a 3 above it, and then a 2, and then we just need a 1 and an empty to finish that off. I haven't found my additional 3 yet. Right now, I have not found my additional 3 yet. Though if this is a 3, it's the last 3 in the column. Oh, these are both in now. So for example, the fact that this isn't a 2 tells me that it turns up, so that might be useful. So these are 1 or 3. If it's L, wouldn't it have 2 T's? Don't know. Let's see. Oh, I know one of these 2's a 4-way, but I don't know if these 2 are connected. Are you saying if it's L and if this is a 4? Because it could be an L and that could be the 4. Right? Oh, no, it can't be an L and have that be the 4. Right, all right. Okay, so yeah. So if it's an L, that can't be the 4 because you need an empty. So that's the 4. And then, yeah, that makes that a 3 and a 3. Okay, yeah, so it can't be an L. Right, okay, so I agree it can't be an L. So we get that. Maybe we're going to get our first V of the puzzle. Okay, what does this touch? Oh, okay, so this now gets out. So that actually does force this to be a V. I can stitch that there. One of these 2 is empty. So I can draw the X there. Right. If I make this empty, I don't have a 4-way in the omino. In fact, actually, that's the only 4-way in the omino already because of that X. So this is the 4-way. There's been a request for a V dance. I believe Zach can be pulled away from his dinner to do a V dance. Ba-boop, ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Whoa! Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Don't worry, you'll get your overtime herring. Uh, okay, so this is done. This is in. So that isn't. And so this now is just a 1, and we know what 1... Oh, sorry, we don't know what 1 it is. We just know that it is a 1. So this isn't a 4. It's a 3, so it's done. So we have that. This has gotten stitched together with that. Okay, so this is now done. I do need one more 3. Oh, I can remove some gray stitches. That's definitely true. We've got lots of sort of stitching over here that is no longer very relevant. Okay. Those are stitched together. Okay, I still know there's one more T down here somewhere. Let's see. If these are all together, it's a samesies omino, which doesn't work. Let's see. This omino, yeah, suddenly I feel like we're very out of steam again, in terms of what we can do from here. This is certainly a 1 or a 3, but I don't have any clues about it. Okay, those are together. If this isn't part of it, looks okay to me. As best I can tell. Let's see. And it feels like we should have been able at some point to say something about this, but I don't think we've been able to. Row 7, column 1. Always connects to column 2. Agree. Either there, in which case it's a V, or there. Oh, are you saying these two are always connected? Oh, into the I. Sorry, you're just saying these. Oh, sorry, I counted the line always goes there. Why? Seems good to know. Do I know this isn't a samesies omino with all 1s? Okay, so this is either not a samesies omino. If it's not a samesies omino, then it definitely connects. Uh, Sorry, no, then it would definitely connect down, which is okay. Uh, no, sadly I don't think it works. Uh, uh, the I needs a 4 and not a 1. Yeah, these are a 3-4 pair. So this thing is a 3 or a 4. So if this doesn't connect in, that's a 3. A 3 or a 4. Why can't it be a 3 that goes vertically instead of horizontally? Look at the 3 in row 12, column 6. Breaks the 3s in the column clue? What? Okay, I'm inclined to look at Selena's point, which is to say, if I am trying to make this a one of each thing, where am I getting the 4-way and the empty? So I'd have to do something like empty here, 4-way over here, maybe? Okay, so you're linking this to column 6 somehow? Oh, right, you couldn't make this empty. Right, if this is empty, then then this is a samesies omino. Because I would create a corner. So the only way that this is a different omino is if this is a straight or a 3-way and this is a straight or a 3-way. In that instance, then yeah, there's no way I can get a 4 and a 4-way and an empty in, because the empty can't be in column 1, and so then the 4-way and the empty would touch. Okay, so I agree with you. This is a samesies thing. Thank you, Selena. So this is samesies. So that means that this comes over here. So we can do that. So that means this is empty by the row clue, because it would have to be a corner if it were anything. So if this extends here, then that cell is empty, which is maybe okay. Now I do know there's no corners in column 2, and there's no corners in row whatever this one is. So if it takes this cell, that cell is empty. Otherwise, it takes this cell, and that cell is empty. So one of these two is empty. Always takes row 9, column 1. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If it doesn't take this cell, I don't understand why it has to take this. Why can't it just do that and just have both of these be empty? It certainly can't do that. Uh, oh, it isolates a cell, right? It isolates a cell in the pentominus, right? Yes. So good. Okay, yes. So this, if this doesn't take that cell, then right, it either goes there or there, and both break. Right. Okay. So this definitely takes that cell. Oops, sorry. Wrong stitching color. Definitely takes that cell. So this is a 0 or a 1. Because it's in the same omino. Okay. So there's definitely a border between these two cells for whatever unimaginable good that does. Because one of these is in this omino and one of them isn't. Let's see. This cell is now only a 2 or a 4. Wait, is that true? Sorry. No, that's sorry. It's this. Never mind. I don't know how my brain quite calculated that. Uh, let's see. Selena is saying this doesn't work because of what it forces to happen to these. Uh, 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 I am trying to understand why. You don't want to explain it, so we should look for something else. That's fair. Uh, is it because of where it puts the corner and the four-way and the empty sot simultaneously and the omino? Row 8, column 5, omino. 4. Needs a corner. Do I know this isn't a samesies omino? Joel thinks this is a 0 or a 1. Row 7, column 2 can't be the 4. Breaks the samesies to the left. Okay, so Zombie Hunter and Matt Laffey both agree that this can't be a 4-way. It would force this to be an L. Either joins the omino on the left or the omino on the left is an L. Okay, I agree if it joins the omino on the left that this cell is gray. What's a problem if this omino is an L? Uh, uh, okay, so this cell's never a 1. It's never a 4. Oh, right. Oh, right. Sorry, I'd forgotten about this 0 clue. Got it. Okay, yeah. So, uh, if this is here, this cell's empty. Otherwise, this is an L, and now this cell's empty because of that clue. And the point is, both cases make this cell empty. So this cell's always empty, regardless of what else happens, which makes this the 4. That is what is happening. And so now this, by virtue of the clues, is now a 3, is the only thing it can be. So these are both blue of some description. These are both done of some description. Okay. Oh, this is done, but I don't know what it is. Okay, so this is a 2 or 3, right? So this can't be a corner, so it can't go only down, so it also connects that way, which makes this a legitimate 3. And now this is only a 2 or a 3. So if it's a 3, I've created a 3 samesies omino. But that doesn't work, right? I don't know. If this connects, it's a samesies omino, and I think that's broken. So if there's a stitch together here, then this is a samesies omino, and this is a samesies omino, and wherever I throw this, it makes a samesies omino touching a samesies omino. So I can't do that. So these never connect, which means that this connects down, like that. And this can only go at most one that direction. So this always connects down as well, which further puts my thing here and lets me continue the stitching down here. And now this is a U and it's done. I mean, it's an omino. It's not done as anything else, but what can you do? Yes, it is a U. Is it definitely a samesies U? This would be a 2 and a 1. Yeah, there's no place for the 4, right? If this is a non-samesies omino, it would need to be a 4, and there's no place you can put a 4 that doesn't make it impossible to put an empty. So, right, so this is a off mint flavored thing, and the flavor of the day is 3s. So these are each are 3s. I know what this 3 looks like, at least, so we can mint it, as we are often inclined to do. And now, yeah, this, of course, is now a non-samesies omino because it touches the samesies omino. So this isn't a 3 for whatever it's worth. This touches a gray, so I know what this 3 looks like. Oops. Random, that one is doubled mark. Okay, so this is now done. This one is now done. So this is in. Both of these are 3s, I know. Oh, that one's done. So I don't have to think about it anymore. Oh, this is not a straight line. Oh, yeah, that doesn't quite do it. This is not a straight line, but that's not quite enough. Uh, 'Ah, this is resolved. Thank you. Sorry, I had not marked that was done, and it was perhaps unwise that I did not come up with a way to mark that black cells were done in this puzzle. Okay. 2, 3, 4. Okay, my 3 ways in this column are done. So that is orange. Matt Laffey also noticed that. So this is now a 1. So all of these are 1s, actually, which means that this doesn't connect down. This seemingly can't be a 4. It can't. So that's done. These 2 are done. Oops. Sorry. These 2 are done. This cell is done as well. Okay. These 2 are in the same omino, which means that I can't put these in the same omino because these are definitely a distinct omino now. And so the distinct omino is not going to go in the same cells as that. This is in, and it's definitely stitched together with that. I can smell the dinner even. Okay, so this now is not a 1 or a 3. So this is a 2 or a 4, and it's certainly not a 4. So this is a 2. And it looks like that is the only 2 that I can, in fact, fill in. There we go. Like that. Okay, and now this needs a 4 and an empty, which is going to be tricky to do. I think there's no way I don't make this a Y with that being the 4 and that being the empty. But I'm not quite prepared to prove that yet. Yeah, let's just say this doesn't take that cell. If this doesn't take that cell, then both of the cells that this connects to are connected, and one is a 4-way and one is empty, and you can't do that, as we have learned in this puzzle. So this must take this cell, which means this must be a 4-way. Get to do that. Sorry, that was all predicated on me saying that stitches into here. So we can mark that. And now this needs a gray, which can only go there. So we get this whole pattern. Okay, and so now this is a light mint flavored omino. Because these 2 are the same. And so this can only be gray. We can stitch together this omino like that. So this is a 0 or 1 by virtue of that. Let's see. Does this touch any interesting shapes? Oh, right. Samesies can't have grays. Gotta remember our completely reasonable system that we came up with that definitely makes a lot of sense and is not completely crazy. Let's see. Yeah, the not at all arbitrary system. Okay, this is not a straight line, but that doesn't immediately help me. So this is either an L or a U. It does not touch either, I don't think. I think this cell's always gray. Because if this cell was a 1, there would be nowhere to extend this shape to. Because if this cell is a 1, it looks like that, which means that whatever cell it touches has to be a 1, but neither cell it touches can be a 1. So this is just always gray, and by gray I, of course, mean darkened gray. So this is a corner now. Oh, sorry. Column 3's clue doesn't say no ones. Sorry. I thought column 3's clue said no ones. A shame. So we'd end up with ones running around like that, I suppose. Yeah, this is the column with no straights. Okay, so I think the claim in chat is that there's a pentominous problem with me making this an L, which is that it links these two, which I then can't link to these two, because if I do, I make this into an L or a Y, and that doesn't work. So I have to not link them, which makes this run up here like this, and makes this run up here like this, and now I've made a U there, and now this can't be an L or a U, and it breaks. So I do think I agree this can't be an L, but dear Lord. So I think that's true. I think this has to be a U. Column 1. Oh, are you talking about this shape? Okay. Yeah, here, if this is an L, that's a problem because now this thing coming down here is an L or a U and it touches both. I see. People are looking at this shape. Okay, so this does not take that cell. And so it takes that cell and forms a Y. Okay, and so this is a 0 or a 1. I still don't know which. Oh, these grays are the wrong gray, right? Did this make the other one less horrible? That if this is an L, then I can't join these, and so maybe the easy thing to prove is I can't join these. Is that the easy thing to prove? If I join these, then I can't join them there, and then I'm forced to make... Yeah, that's maybe a little easier to see. It's very arbitrary to suggest, but I, in fact, can't join those, which creates this thing down here, which makes those connect. This is a 0 or a 1. This is a 1. And if this is a 1, that's not a 0. Or sorry, this is not a 1, it's a 0. Because, oops, wrong color. Because a 1 would connect up. Okay, so this connects now that way. Mint. This is light blue, but not that light blue. That light blue. Okay. Now, if this is a corner, or sorry, if this is in, it's a corner, I suppose. Unfortunately, I think I can just get away with connecting these and having this be an L, because I don't think this L actually touches another L. In fact, that seems very plausible to me that that's what happens. Uh, uh, let's see. Okay, so do we have to connect these, or can we not possibly connect these? If we don't connect these, then this goes down, and that goes down and down. This goes down further. That becomes a Y. This becomes an L. The L isn't touching an L. Oh, but the Y is touching a Y. Right. Okay, yeah. So if these two don't connect, then this thing gets shoved down, and now we've got a Y touching a Y. So that doesn't work. So they do connect. And so that means that this thing now, if I write down what it can be, it's not a 4. It's not a 1 by the column clue. It's not a 3 by the fact that this omino already has a 3 and is a distinct omino. So this is a 0 or a 2, which means that it cannot ever connect down, is the thing that I have learned here, I suppose. I do know that these are stitched together, and I somehow haven't ever noticed it, or somehow haven't ever notated it. I guess it's relatively new, but it's probably worth notating. Let's see. If this doesn't take that cell, now that's also a problem, because now I get a Y touching a Y again. So in fact, this X is both gray and green, which you'd think would be a nightmare to keep track of, but this is 4 cells, so it can't take that cell, which comes with a friend, so it takes that and is a P. So we've got our P now done. And now this LU seems possible. But these can't... Oh, sorry, no, that I was going to say these can't join, but... these can't join. Because it would create a Y touching a Y. Yeah, it's these two that can't join now. These two can't join because no matter what, they'll form a Y, and they're already touching a Y. So we get that, which then forces these to connect down, which then forces those to connect down, and now we're done the pentominous portion of the puzzle. Okay, so we've done that. All right, so this omino is all different, because it touches the samesies. Yeah, we can get rid of all the small x's except the small green x's, but I don't think we have any small green x's presently. Oh no, we have a small green x. Yes, there we go. Okay, so can go ahead and grab those. Okay, so one of these is empty for sure. If that's empty, it makes this straight, which I think is okay. Oh, sorry, here's the easy thing. This omino is one of each, and there's no straight in this column. So therefore, that had better be the straight. That's the smart way to say this. So this is done in this one of each omino that we're just living in. And so that's not the 4-way. One of these two is the 4-way. For sure. Okay, and one of these two is the straight for this omino. Yes, so they're connected to each other. Fair, yes. Good point. So one of these two is the straight. Neither of these is the 4-way, points out Gary. And so one of these is a 4-way. And so these are connected to each other also. And now another of them is a corner, So these are a hidden 1-4 pair. But that one's definitely not a corner, so that one's the 4-way. Which makes this the 2. Which makes this the gray. This is done. And this is a turn, so it has to turn like that. So now both of these are done and are mint. Oops. And both of these are done and are the nicer green. Oops. Get rid of that. Get rid of the X. This is now a 1, and it can't turn into a gray. So the 1 keeps going like that. I have to say, there was the horrendous part in the middle, but then it got nice again once we came over here. I wonder if there was some stuff we could have done here that would have made what we did over there less horrible. Because we did some pretty unpleasant things, but it's possible that we could have avoided them if we'd have done this in a smarter order. Well, maybe not smarter order. If we'd have done this in an order that happened to be more beneficial for the solve of the puzzle. By the way, I realize I can orange this yellow. Now. And hopefully I can orange this, because if not, we've got problems. If not, I'm never getting dinner. Okay, so this is a 1 or it isn't. This is a 1 or a 0, basically. Okay, there needs to be a oh, sorry, I don't know that this is one of each. This could be all one thing, right? Like these could all be gray and these could just both be straight. We're almost done though. We're almost done. We're only 270 minutes into it. Okay. So if this is also a 0 or a 1, there we go. Okay, so that makes these a 3-4 pair. And what do I do with that, you might ask? And that is an excellent question that I do not have an answer for you yet to, but I'm sure we'll figure it out, possibly. So I guess we ultimately have to decide whether this can really be one of each. I suspect it's going to have to not be one of each. If it was one of each, one of these would have to be a corner. Right. The 3 is next to the 0, so there's a horizontal line in. Okay, that's the smart observation. That's assuredly the point. So that ruins my theory that I thought this was going to be an all the same thing with 2 verticals and and nothing there. Which I realized was also a problem with the 4 being there at all, but, you know, what are you going to do? Okay, so... So yeah, it's definitely not all straights. I agree with that. And it being all corners. Could it be all corners? Maybe it could be all corners by involving this nonsense, right? Oh, no, sorry. It's not all corners because these aren't corners. Right, sorry. These are definitionally not corners. By the column clue, right? So these are 2, 3, 4. And this is 1 or 2 or 3. So it could all be T's. Let's see. Yeah, all 3s seems plausible. At least so far in my head, one of each seems plausible. So I could see these being like a 1-3 pair. Oh, no, that doesn't work, I don't think. Uh, uh, I'm checking to see if it's turned out that every U in the puzzle was all the same, and I'm supposed to have noticed that you cannot put one of each in a U. And I'm suspecting that I'm supposed to have noticed that you cannot put one of each in a U for some reason that I have not yet appreciated. Because every U in the puzzle, like half the things in the puzzle that don't have duplicates have not been that. Oh, is there only one cell that could be a cross? I would have thought either of these could be a cross. The infamous final section of Jacob's U-Bahn book guide. Yeah, I did mention that in the previous version of this when we said, okay, well, if there is one of each, then the total number of exits has to match in parity the total number of branches. And so the total number of branches, if this is one of each, is definitely odd. And so the question is, can we have an odd parity of things leaving it? Let's see. Jim says if this is a 4, we'd end up with duplicates. What can't we get if this is a 4? I believe you, but I don't see it. I'm trying to think can I rule out this being out? Because if this is an out, then this is a 1. So if this is out, this is also out because this could only be a 1. So then this would also be out. So then this would also be out. And that doesn't work, right? This can't be out. There we go. This can't be out because if this is out, then the shape is none repeating. And so then you get to chase the not repeating thing out. Then this is out, and then this is out. And now this is actually a corner, even though we said it couldn't be. So this is in. We can light blue it, I suppose, to mark that. Now, I don't know what to do with the fact that it's in, but the fact that it is in seems at least relevant. So, yeah, we can light green all the other black cells just to make ourselves feel better. Oops, this one apparently I also shaded as... I have no idea what's happening here, but we'll go with it. Some of the black cells are like, is it white? Nope, not white. Oh, I grade them, apparently. Oops, not this one, though. Maybe that one was white? That one was white. So yeah, if you guessed correctly that one I had put white on and that one I had put black on, then you correctly guessed what was happening. The occasion for the 7-hour stream is I started this puzzle when I thought I had time to do it, and it turned out I did not have time to do it. That is the short version. So my stream went over by 3 hours because I thought doing this as the second puzzle of the stream would go faster. However, this puzzle has itself taken 6 hours or something. So it turned out that my estimate that I could finish it in the remaining 3 hours of my stream was not correct. Row 11, column 1 can't be 1. Row 12, column 1 would eliminate all empties. Yes. Okay, yeah. So if this was 1, the fact that this can't be empty is going to mean that that's not empty either. And so there's no empties, and it's not all of one kind. So this is never a 1. So this always connects down, at the very least. So that is one more piece of the puzzle. Let's see. So now we have what is either a 2, 3, 4 triple with a 0 and a 1, or it's all 3s. Those are the two options. Let's see. Is it obvious that these are not a 2, 3, 4 triple? Or obvious that they're not all 3s? Okay, so let's see. Matt Laffey says this cell is not a 4-way because if it was, that would be a blank. I don't quite... Oh, eliminates the 1? Let's see. Joel says this is a 0 or a 1. Big if true. Okay, let's try and understand why. Why can't this be a 3? Maybe 3. I see. Yeah, so it's 3 if it's the all 3s case. Oh, this can't be 0. This can't be 0 again. This is what we really proved before. We just didn't notice it. If this is 0, then this is 0, and this is 0, and this is 1, and that breaks. This is not a 0. So this is definitely in. Because of the fact that this has that sort of weird thing. So now, either this is empty or it's not. So this is either a 0 or a 3 now, funnily enough. Because either we're all 3s, or we're a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple. So surely one of these breaks. Let's see. Matt Laffey says it's not all 3s. Oh, whether this is a 1 or a 3, it always connects right, at least. I can say that much. Let's see. Okay, so this is 2, 3, or 4. Row 13, column 2 being 2 breaks. Yeah, I was convinced that the argument was going to be tricky. Row 13, column 2 being 2 breaks. If this is a 2, if this is a 2, that's a 3, that's a 1, that's a 4, and that doesn't work. Yeah. Okay, yes. So yeah, one of these two is a 4. Oh, sorry. No, I don't know that one of these two is a 4. But if one of them is a 2, then one of them is a 4. Because if one of them is a 2, we're one of each, and then the other's a 4. And so therefore neither of them is actually ever a 2. Is, I believe, what we have concluded here. So I think these are both 3 or 4. Okay. Okay, yes. So the point is to ask the question, I guess I can't think of the elegant way to say this, but I do agree now with Matt Laffey and Zombie Hunter. If these are all 3s, then in particular this is 3, which makes this cell, oh wait, no, couldn't it just be, oh no, sorry, which makes this cell a 2 or a 3. So basically, let me try to say this in a nice way. This is a 0, 2, or 3, but as soon as this is anything but 0, then this isn't 0, so this is. Because one of these two, remember, is 0. However, I'm trying to put this together as cleanly as possible. If this is all 3s, this definitely is not 0, and that's definitely not 0. I'm sure there's a nice way to say this. I don't quite have it, though. But anyway, as soon as that's 3, the problem is it makes this cell not 3, which rules 1 out of this. So this cell has to be empty. That's the short version of this. And so that cell's empty, which makes this cell a 2, which means it's definitely one of each. This is not the 4 anymore, so this is a 3, and we know what it looks like. And so now I need a 4, and I need a 1. So this is, oh, sorry. So this is the 4. This is the 1, but I don't know how it connects just yet. However, I do know that this is a 3 now, actually. So it connects both of those ways, which makes this the 1. Makes this a 1. So now this is done. Now this is done. Now this is done. Oops. This is done. Now this is done. And now this is gray. Oops, sorry, this is gray. And we can green this remaining black cell. And we can delete these. Whoo boy, that was an adventure. I really liked most of this puzzle. We did some heinous stuff. I'm kind of curious if the heinous stuff we did was unintentional. I actually, when we did the heinous stuff, I thought that it meant that it was just going to collapse over here. When it didn't collapse, it made me believe that probably we did some heinous stuff that wasn't actually necessary. because we did some this corner. Other than that, it was very nice. I really like this rule set. This is a really cool puzzle. I really enjoyed this series. I promise not to do Ubons on stream for a bit. But anyway, thank you all for joining me. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. If you would want to support the stream, definitely... I feel like I deserve it after that. But anyway, I would appreciate it. But thank you to everyone who does. Last but not least... thank you to all the turbines, Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, and Plonktime. Thank you all. Yes, we did know that this is LMD ID KNT, which is delightful. All right, so I'm going to go eat before midnight, and I'll talk to everyone soon. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.